There are moments in history when the ground seems to shift beneath the feet of entire civilizations. Moments when a single day tears open the fabric of an age and exposes a future no one expected. In the year 1071, on a broad and windswept plain near the fortress town of Manzikert, such a moment arrived. The Byzantine Empire, heir to Rome and guardian of 1,000 years of continuity, stepped into a confrontation that would ignite a conflict lasting 167 years. Facing them were the Seljuk Turks, a rising power shaped by the hunger of the steppe, the discipline of cavalry warfare, and the conviction that their destiny lay in the heart of the Near East. What followed was not simply a battle. It was the beginning of a long war that transformed the medieval world. Before Manzikert, the Byzantine Empire had stood as a beacon of stability. Its cities were fortified and wealthy. Its scholars kept alive the learning of antiquity. Its emperors ruled through ceremony, tradition, and the belief that their authority had been shaped by divine order. To most Byzantines, the world was arranged in a clear hierarchy. There was the empire itself, ancient and majestic, and beyond it lay peoples who came and went. The empire had seen invaders before. It had weathered Arab conquests, Slavic migrations, and internal rebellions. Each time it bent, it later straightened. Its borders ebbed and flowed. Its institutions endured. Yet, beneath this surface of confidence lay a reality few wished to acknowledge. The 11th century had brought political uncertainty. Generals vied for the throne. Court factions schemed through marriages, alliances, and betrayals. Powerful families treated the empire as a prize to be divided. Soldiers stationed along the eastern frontier complained that their pay arrived late or not at all. The old thematic system that once gave Byzantium its disciplined provincial armies had weakened. Even the tax system trembled under corruption and mismanagement. The empire still looked strong, but its foundations had begun to crack. At the same time, far beyond the empire's horizon, the Seljuks were rising. They began as tribespeople moving across the steppe, shaped by hardship, endurance, and the rhythm of the nomadic world. Over time they embraced Islam, fought their way into Persia, and created a realm that fused the energy of the steppe with the administrative brilliance of the Persian bureaucratic tradition. Their leaders were ambitious and confident. They believed they were instruments of divine purpose. They fought with speed, with cunning, and with an instinctive understanding of space. They valued movement over fortifications and initiative over rigid discipline. As the Seljuks pushed westward, they did not merely challenge Byzantine authority. They disrupted the very geography of the Near East. Towns that had once paid taxes to Constantinople now negotiated with Turkish commanders. Caravans began to shift their routes. Tribal groups long suppressed by older empires now found new allies in Seljuk warlords. The frontier, once a stable region guarded by seasoned Byzantine soldiers, became a place of uncertainty. Rumors flowed westward, carried by merchants, monks, and wandering peasants. They spoke of horsemen who struck with terrifying speed and disappeared before the Byzantines could organize a They spoke of settlements burned, farms abandoned, and a creeping dread that the frontier was collapsing. For ordinary people, the transformation arrived as a slow agony. Families who had lived for generations in the highlands of Armenia or the fields of eastern Anatolia began to abandon their homes. Some fled toward the coast. Others sought refuge in fortified towns. A few tried to negotiate their survival with the newcomers. Many found themselves swallowed by the turmoil of raids, retaliations, and shifting elite. Soldiers, once proud defenders of the borderlands, now wandered westward in search of new postings, new pay, or even new masters. Chroniclers wrote of fields going untilled, roads falling silent, and entire districts losing their connection to the empire. In this atmosphere of rising fear, Romanos IV Diogenes accepted the imperial crown. He was a soldier by nature. He believed that the only way to preserve Byzantium was through decisive action. He saw clearly that the eastern frontier could not survive another year of hesitation. He prepared an army. He repaired fortresses. He gathered supplies. And in the year 1071, he marched east to confront the Seljuks and restore order to the empire. Romanos believed that victory at Manzikert would silence disputes at home, intimidate the Seljuks, and reassert the prestige of Constantinople. He believed that he could stop the collapse before it became irreversible. Across the mountains and deserts, another leader moved with equal determination. Alp Arslan, the Seljuk Sultan, strode across the Near Eastern world with confidence. He had defeated rivals in Persia, humbled powerful warlords, and asserted his authority over vast lands stretching from Central Asia to the edge of Syria. He had not set out to fight the Byzantines that year. His eyes were fixed on campaigns further south. But when he learned that the emperor marched east with a large army, he understood that history was calling him north. He turned his forces toward Manzikert. The armies that approached each other on the Anatolian plain were not balanced. The Byzantines brought infantry, heavy cavalry, and mercenary companies drawn from across Europe and Asia. The Seljuks brought mounted archers skilled in feigned retreats, rapid encirclement, and the use of distance as a weapon. Both sides believed in their cause. Both sides believed in the righteousness of their authority. Both sides believed destiny was on their side. When battle came, it unfolded with a brutal elegance. The Byzantines advanced slowly, expecting a traditional engagement. The Seljuks moved lightly, raining arrows, withdrawing, circling, and returning. The plain became a shifting maze of dust and confusion. Ors, Basid. Byzantine formations stretched and frayed. Seljuk riders darted in and out, testing weaknesses, seeking the one moment when the imperial line would falter. That moment arrived in the late afternoon, when Romanos ordered a general withdrawal in hopes of regrouping. A faction within his army refused to follow him, whether motivated by political rivalry, personal ambition, or outright treachery. They abandoned the emperor and left a gap that the Seljuks immediately exploited. In an instant, the battle turned. Byzantine cohesion dissolved. Panic spread through the ranks. Soldiers who had entered the field calmly now found themselves surrounded, exhausted and outnumbered. The empire's proud army broke apart. By nightfall, Romanos had been captured. It was a humiliation no emperor had suffered in centuries. Yet Alp Arslan treated him with respect. The Sultan understood that mercy might win more than bloodshed. He negotiated a peace. He released Romanos. For a brief moment, it seemed that the tragedy might end there, but the true disaster began only after the emperor returned to his own lands. His enemies in Constantinople seized the opportunity to destroy him. Civil wars erupted. Generals turned against each other. The empire's political structure collapsed into feuding factions, with no united force to protect them. The eastern provinces fell open to further Seljuk advance. Town after town surrendered. Regions that had been loyal to Constantinople for centuries now shifted their allegiance or fell into ruin. The Seljuks did not plan to conquer all of Anatolia in a single campaign, but the collapse of Byzantine authority created a vacuum that drew more and more Turkish groups into the region. Commanders carved out local domains. Tribes sought new pastures. Families migrated westward. Within a generation, a new political entity emerged, the Sultanate of Rum, a realm shaped from the broken edges of the Byzantine world. For the people living through these changes, the experience was overwhelming. Wealthy landowners lost their estates. Soldiers lost their commanders. Craftsmen lost their markets. Monasteries that had stood for centuries faced abandonment. Entire communities packed their possessions and fled toward the coast, hoping to find a place where imperial law still meant something. Others stayed and tried to adapt. They entered negotiations with Turkish leaders, changed allegiances, or simply endured the uncertainty of daily life. The war that began at Manzikert did not end with the fall of a single region or the rise of a single sultan. It unfolded through generations. Emperors tried to reverse the catastrophe, but often failed. Sultans expanded their authority but faced their own rivals and internal fractures. Alliances shifted. Crusaders entered the region. Civil wars erupted. Cities were taken, lost, and taken again. The conflict became a long and exhausting struggle that reshaped the political, religious, and cultural landscapes of the Near East. By the time 167 years had passed, the world that had existed before Manzikert was gone. In its place stood new powers, new identities, and new borders. The Byzantine Empire that emerged from this era was smaller, harder, and forever changed. The Seljuks, who had once marched triumphantly into Anatolia, had fractured under external pressures and internal disputes. Yet the legacy of this long war endured in every valley, every fortress, and every memory of the people who had lived through its storms. It all began with one battle, one afternoon on a plain. One moment when destiny shifted. How did a single battle unravel an empire and ignite a century and a half of unending conflict? At the close of the 10th century, the Byzantine Empire stood as one of the most complex realms of the medieval world. It carried the legacy of Rome, yet lived in a very different age, shaped by the rhythms of Orthodox Christianity, the ceremonies of the imperial court, and the discipline of a professional army that had evolved through centuries of conflict. To understand the long struggle with the Seljuk Turks, we must first understand the world the Byzantines believed they ruled and the world the Seljuks believed they were destined to enter. Byzantium at this moment appeared powerful. It claimed a long tradition of centralized government and a highly structured administrative system. Provincial themes relied on soldiers who were both farmers and defenders of the frontier. Court officials in Constantinople worked within an immense bureaucratic machine that recorded taxes, managed provincial governors, and monitored the complex hierarchy of the church. The empire was unified by a cultural identity that blended Greek language, Roman law, and Christian purpose. Emperors were more than political leaders. They were guardians of the faith and protectors of a sacred Roman inheritance. Chroniclers of the time often described the empire as the earthly reflection of divine order, and this vision shaped every decision made within the palace walls. The Byzantine military at the end of the 10th century was admired and feared. Its generals studied old campaigns carefully, refining the use of heavy cavalry and disciplined infantry. They trained troops to fight in mountainous terrain, open plains, and fortified passes. Skilled engineers operated siege machines, while naval fleets protected the Aegean and defended sea lanes that fed the imperial capital. Though its strength would later decline, the empire at this moment possessed experienced commanders who understood the peoples along the frontier and who believed they could maintain this vast realm with skill and patience. This was the world the empire sought to preserve. Yet forces rising far beyond Constantinople would soon test its stability in ways few could imagine. To the east, in the lands stretching from the Aral Sea to the steppes of Central Asia, the Seljuk Turks were forming a new identity and a new sense of destiny. They were originally part of the wider Oghuz world, a tapestry of tribes shaped by the demands of nomadic life. These communities valued mobility, courage, and loyalty to powerful clan leaders. Their traditions included tales of heroic ancestors, skilled archers, and the wide grasslands that had shaped every generation before them. During the 10th century, many of these groups encountered the Islamic world in trade, diplomacy, and conflict. Over time, they adopted the Islamic faith, bringing with them their steppe customs and merging them with the religious and legal traditions of the lands they entered. This combination created a dynamic new political force. It offered the Seljuks not only the unity of belief, but also the legitimacy of serving the larger Islamic community. Under leaders like Tughril, they gained strength and purpose. Tughril displayed remarkable political intelligence, forging alliances, challenging rival powers, and positioning the Seljuks as protectors of Islamic lands. His victories in Persia secured the foundations of a new state, one that blended nomadic strength with the administrative experience of the regions they conquered. After him came Alp Arslan, a ruler whose discipline and ambition defined the next phase of Seljuk expansion. Seljuk forces moved with speed and confidence, using mounted archers to bewilder their enemies and striking deep into unfamiliar territory with the advantage of great mobility. What emerged was a new power in the Near East, a power that sought legitimacy from Islamic scholars and that promised protection to the lands of Persia. The Seljuks were not improvised raiders. They were state builders, warriors, and administrators whose visions stretched across the entire region. Between these two worlds lay a vast and contested frontier. The geography of this region shaped every interaction between them. Anatolia, with its mountains, valleys, and fortified towns, held deep strategic meaning for the Byzantine Empire. It was the heartland that supplied grain, soldiers, and reliable tax revenue. It connected Constantinople to the eastern provinces and marked the boundary where imperial authority was repeatedly tested. To the east of Anatolia lay Armenia. This land, with its rugged highlands and fiercely independent nobles, acted as a buffer between empires. Control of Armenian fortresses meant control of the gateways that led deeper into Byzantine territory or toward the open plains, where Seljuk cavalry thrived. The Caucasus offered yet another layer of complexity, with its own kingdoms and communities that balanced Byzantine influence against the approaches of emerging Turkic powers. Further south stretched the lands of Syria. These regions were claimed and reclaimed by different dynasties throughout the 10th and 11th centuries. Their cities held religious, economic, and cultural importance for many peoples. Byzantium sought to secure northern Syria as a protective belt. The Seljuks regarded the region as vital for consolidating their wider authority and for building a stable empire. The crossroads of Anatolia, Armenia, Syria, and the Caucasus created a political and military landscape where small events could ignite large consequences. Raids along the frontier had existed for centuries. Armenian lords shifted alliances depending on local rivalries. Arab dynasties clashed with Byzantine armies over fortresses that could change hands multiple times in a generation. But as the Seljuks grew stronger and more organized, these frontier pressures accumulated into something far larger. The Byzantines also faced internal challenges that sharpened the danger. Succession crises in the imperial court gradually weakened the discipline that had once defined the Constantinopolitan elite. Military families and bureaucratic factions competed for influence, each claiming the right to guide imperial policy. Some emperors attempted reforms while others pursued short-term alliances that only deepened internal division. Chroniclers of the era often remarked on the restlessness of the palace, the constant movement of generals, and the unsettling rise of intrigue that threatened the unity of the empire. Diplomatic exchanges between Byzantium and the Seljuks were frequent, but fragile. Envoys traveled across the frontier to negotiate truces, trade rights, or the release of prisoners. At times, commanders on either side recognized the limits of their strength and sought temporary peace. Yet the real picture was one of continual pressure as Seljuk warriors tested the loyalties of Armenian nobles, raided imperial lands, and sometimes settled in territories where Byzantine control was weak. These movements placed immense strain on the provincial themes, which were already suffering from land consolidation by wealthy aristocrats and the gradual erosion of smallholder soldiers who had long formed the backbone of imperial defense. The build-up to conflict grew slowly but steadily. Each raid altered the balance. Each diplomatic failure hardened attitudes. Each imperial succession crisis left the army less prepared to deal with the shifting patterns of nomadic warfare. When Alp Arslan turned his attention toward Anatolia, the Byzantines were not facing a temporary incursion. They were facing a disciplined, motivated, and expanding power whose ambitions extended far beyond the frontier. This is the central truth of the story. The struggle between Byzantium and the Seljuks was not a single war. It was not limited to one emperor or one sultan or a single generation of soldiers. It was a long sequence of invasions, civil wars, counteroffensives, migrations, and shifting alliances. It lasted for 167 years and reshaped the medieval Near East in ways no one living at the end of the 10th century could have imagined. Armies would rise and fall. Emperors would reclaim lost lands only to lose them to internal rivals. Seljuk sultans would strengthen their control over Persia, and then see their authority challenged by ambitious relatives. Armenian lands would fracture. Syrian cities would change hands. Across this entire landscape, families would be displaced, villages emptied, and communities forced to choose new allegiances or abandon their homes. The scale of human movement during this period was extraordinary. It created new patterns of settlement that would echo far beyond the 11th and 12th centuries. The war that unfolded was not simply the story of two powers clashing over a disputed frontier. It was the story of how entire regions were transformed by shifting identities, political ambitions, and migrations that altered the character of Anatolia and the wider Near East. The very meaning of empire and sultanate changed. New forms of governance appeared. Old traditions were questioned and sometimes abandoned. This long conflict became the stage on which new political realities emerged. To understand this transformation, we must follow the story from the world Byzantium. Believed it still controlled the world. The Seljuks believed they were destined to conquer. Only then can we trace how a single encounter could ignite a struggle that endured for more than a century and a half. The world that existed before the disaster at Manzikert was already shifting in deep and subtle ways. It was a world shaped by the memory of Basil II, the emperor whose 49-year reign had carried Byzantium to one of its greatest heights. His authority had been his armies had marched across the Balkans and subdued the power of the Bulgarian south. His generals had reclaimed fortresses in the east and pushed the frontier into positions that had not been held for generations. Chroniclers who lived under his rule spoke of him as an emperor who combined discipline with relentless purpose. Soldiers respected him. Governors feared him. The wider population believed he had been chosen to restore the strength of a realm that had endured so many pressures in previous centuries. Basil II left behind an empire that seemed strong. Its tax system still functioned. Its armies were experienced. Its frontiers were marked by fortresses that had held firm during long campaigns. The provinces of Anatolia were prosperous and remained the foundation of imperial military power. Landowning families produced many of the empire's officers, while small farmers served in local garrisons. It was a structure that balanced discipline with local knowledge, and for a time it worked. Yet Basil II left no sons and no clear plan for the succession. The unity he maintained through personal authority did not survive him. His successors lacked his resolve and his practical understanding of war. Court factions grew in confidence, each seeking influence and reward through careful alliances and whispered intrigues. Some emperors trusted bureaucrats who claimed to defend imperial stability. Others relied on military leaders who promised quick victories. The balance between these groups shifted constantly. With each change, the empire inherited another burden that Basil himself had kept contained. The provinces also changed in the years that followed his death. Large landowners increased their control over rural communities, reducing the number of small soldiers who had once formed the core of the frontier armies. This decline was gradual but steady. It weakened the ability of local commanders to respond quickly to raids or to assemble enough trained men when danger appeared. The state tried to impose reforms, but many officials were more concerned with personal advancement than with long-term security. These weaknesses remained largely hidden, overshadowed by the reputation of Basil's earlier successes. To many observers, it still seemed as if Byzantium possessed the strength to command respect along every border. While the empire was learning to live without Basil II, the Seljuk Turks were shaping a new political order to the east. They were descendants of August clans who had long lived in the wide grasslands of Central Asia. Their traditions valued mobility and courage. Their leaders won followers through generosity, boldness, and the ability to protect their communities. Over time, they embraced the Islamic faith and began to participate more deeply in the political struggles of the wider region. In the 10th and early 11th centuries, the Islamic world was divided among rival dynasties. Some ruled from ancient cities in Persia. Others claimed authority from Baghdad in the name of the Abbasid caliphs. Many of these states suffered from internal disputes and lacked the unity needed to defend their frontiers. Into this world came the Seljuks, who brought with them the resolve of disciplined nomadic fighters and the ambition to create a lasting state. Under Tughril, their rise accelerated. Tughril seized opportunities that others failed to see. He navigated regional rivalries with careful diplomacy, sometimes serving established rulers, sometimes challenging them, and often gaining territory as a result. When he entered Baghdad and received recognition from the Abbasid Caliph, he gained more than legitimacy. He gained a mantle of guardianship over the Islamic community. This moment placed the Seljuks at the center of regional power. The Seljuks expanded into Persia and Iraq with remarkable speed. Their cavalry moved across great distances, adapting to diverse terrain and testing the defenses of local rulers. Their growing influence attracted scholars, administrators, and soldiers from across the Islamic world. They learned to combine the flexibility of steppe warfare with the administrative traditions of the Persian lands they now controlled. This synthesis created a new political culture, one that would soon shape the future of the Near East. During this early phase of Seljuk power, the Byzantines watched events with great interest but little clarity. Imperial officials understood that new Turkic groups were entering the frontier regions, yet they often underestimated the scale of the change. Byzantine commanders stationed in Armenia and eastern Anatolia reported raids, skirmishes, and occasional larger attacks. Some raids were carried out by independent Turkic bands, Others were conducted by warriors who had begun to align themselves with Seljuk leaders. To the Byzantines, these movements appeared similar to previous waves of nomadic groups. Yet in truth, they represented the growing reach of a structured and ambitious state. Early encounters between Byzantines and Turkic fighters were scattered across the frontier. Some took place in remote valleys, where local garrisons attempted to repel small groups of mounted archers. Others occurred near fortified towns, where imperial officers negotiated brief truces in exchange for the release of prisoners. These encounters did not immediately reveal the true strength of the Seljuks. Instead, they contributed to a false sense of security within the Byzantine court. Many believed the frontier could withstand these pressures as it had withstood many others. There were also moments when the two worlds came close to open war but stepped back at the last moment. Diplomats carried messages across the frontier asking for peace, warning of potential escalation, or proposing joint actions against mutual rivals. These exchanges were fragile. Some were accepted, others were ignored. Imperial strategies suffered from inconsistency as different emperors came to power with different priorities. The court in Constantinople struggled to understand the new political reality forming beyond its eastern frontier. In the years immediately before Manzikert, the empire experienced profound internal instability. Succession disputes swept through the palace. Military families competed with civilian aristocrats for control of imperial policy. The army, once a disciplined force shaped by long campaigns, became vulnerable to political manipulation. Generals who should have been preparing defensive strategies were instead caught in the storms of court rivalry. Provincial loyalty wavered. Some governors acted independently when imperial authority faltered. Others hesitated to commit troops without assurances from the capital. The empire could not afford these divisions. The Seljuks were pressing westward. Their warriors tested the edges of imperial control, probing weaknesses, forging connections with discontented Armenian nobles, and in some cases settling in regions where Byzantine power was faint. These movements created a growing population of Turkic people living close to or even within territories traditionally governed by the empire. Local communities were forced to adapt. Some resisted. Others negotiated. A few even allied with new Turkic leaders who promised stability or profit. The frontier world became a place where imperial identity blurred, where loyalties shifted according to local conditions, and where the meaning of authority itself became uncertain. Yet even in this moment of danger, Byzantium still possessed considerable strength. Its armies were not entirely diminished. Its cities were still fortified. Its traditions of administration and law remained respected. A determined emperor might still reclaim discipline, restore unity, and meet the Seljuks as a coherent force. Many imperial officers believed that this could be done if the right ruler emerged with the courage to take decisive action. That ruler appeared in the person of Romanosta. Fourth Diogenes, a man of military background. He belonged to a family known for its service along the frontier. He understood the nature of war in the eastern provinces. He knew the demands placed on soldiers and the fears expressed by provincial communities who saw their lands threatened. When he ascended the throne, he inherited not only the authority of an emperor, but also the urgent responsibility to confront the growing power of the Seljuks. Romanos believed that the empire needed strength, discipline, and a clear willingness to act. He appointed experienced commanders, reorganized supply lines, and revived military structures that had been weakened by years of neglect. He saw that the frontier could no longer be defended by cautious diplomacy alone. He believed that an emperor must show resolve, and that the best way to demonstrate this was through a major campaign that would push the Seljuks back, restore confidence across Anatolia, and reaffirm the presence of imperial power. It was with this determination that Romanos prepared to march east. He saw a chance to reassert Byzantine authority, and to prevent the Seljuks from tightening their hold on the frontier. His decision would set in motion events that would lead directly to the confrontation event, a moment that would transform the history of both empires and reshape the entire medieval world. The march toward the disaster at Manzikert began long before the armies met on the plain. It began with the determination of Romanos IV Diogenes to to restore the authority of an empire that seemed strong in memory yet fragile in reality. When he took the throne, he understood that the frontier in Anatolia could no longer be protected by words or by old privileges. It required action, and it required an emperor who was willing to lead from the front rather than govern from the safety of Constantinople. Romanos began his first campaign in the year 1068. His goal was simple in principle, yet immense in execution. He intended to confront the Turkic presence in the eastern to clear raiders from the countryside, to repair fortifications, and to remind every community from Cappadocia to Armenia that imperial authorities still commanded respect. He marched through Anatolia with an army composed of professional soldiers, provincial levies, mercenaries from distant lands, and young nobles eager to prove their worth. As he advanced, he secured towns, restored damaged walls, and forced Turkic bands to retreat deeper into the mountains. Chroniclers of the era recorded that his presence alone brought a sense of order to regions that had lived in fear of constant raids. This first campaign revealed both promise and weakness. Romanos moved quickly, yet the empire struggled to provide him with the resources needed for a prolonged offensive. Supply lines were uncertain. Some commanders hesitated to commit their troops fully. The loyalty of certain aristocratic families remained dependent on political calculations rather than shared purpose. Even so, Romanos returned to Constantinople, encouraged. He believed that further action would strengthen the frontier and weaken the momentum of the Seljuk advance. In the year 1069, he marched again. This second campaign was more ambitious. It aimed at the deeper regions of Armenia, where fortresses had changed hands repeatedly over the previous decades. Romanos led his men through difficult terrain, capturing strategic positions and re-establishing imperial garrisons. He inflicted defeats on Turkic groups who had settled near Kippa. Yet as the army advanced, its lines grew longer and harder to protect. Reports reached Romanos that some generals were not following orders with the discipline he expected. Certain units performed admirably. Others faltered. The emperor recognized that he was fighting not only the Seljuks but also the slow decay of the imperial military system. While Romanos campaigned in the east, trouble grew inside the imperial capital. Factions who opposed him believed that his military reforms threatened their influence. Aristocrats who had gained wealth and power in previous decades viewed his emphasis on discipline as a challenge to their privileges. Some ministers at court feared his independence and resented the authority he exercised over both army and administration. These rivalries did not erupt openly during his early campaigns, but they created an atmosphere of distrust. Imperial politics became a place of whispered alliances, jealous calculations, and the slow cultivation of resentment against the emperor. At the same time, the Seljuks were undergoing their own transformation under the leadership of Alp. He had succeeded Tughril and inherited a realm that stretched across Persia and into regions that had long been contested by rival Islamic rulers. Alp Arslan sought to bring order to this vast territory. His priorities focused first on the consolidation of power within the Islamic world. He campaigned in Syria to assert Seljuk authority over cities whose allegiance was uncertain. He strengthened the relationship between the Sultanate and the Caliph. In Baghdad, he established policies that blended the military traditions of the steppe with the administrative knowledge of Persian statesmen. For a time, Alp Arslan did not consider the Byzantine Empire his primary enemy. He viewed it instead as a neighboring power with which conflict was possible, but not yet central to his strategy. His goal was to secure Syria and Iraq, ensure loyalty among regional governors, and prevent rivals from challenging Seljuk authority. Yet even as he concentrated on these priorities, Turkic warriors continued to move westward toward the frontier. Some acted independently of Seljuk command. Others followed commanders who supported the broader Seljuk cause. These movements created pressure along the Byzantine border, whether or not Alp Arslan intended a major confrontation. The Sultan turned north, only gradually. Sources later described a moment when Alp Arslan recognized that control over the Armenian highlands was essential for securing his empire's northern frontier. He understood that expansion toward the Caucasus would protect his eastern territories from potential threats, and also open pathways into regions that had been influenced by Byzantium for centuries. Moreover, the presence of Turkic groups already active in this zone made Seljuk involvement almost inevitable. Alp Arslan did not need to create the conditions for conflict. They were present already, rising organically from the shifting patterns of settlement and warfare along the frontier. By the year 1070, the momentum of these developments brought Seljuk forces closer to regions that Romanos had attempted to secure. The emperor recognized the danger and prepared for another campaign, this time larger and more decisive than the previous ones. He expected that a significant confrontation was possible, though he could not foresee how quickly the situation would escalate. Romanos spent months gathering troops from across the empire. Units arrived from Thrace, Cappadocia, Armenia, and the Aegean province. Mercenaries came from far beyond the imperial borders, including Normans from the west and Turkic fighters, who had previously served as auxiliaries to the empire. Armenian contingents joined the army as well, eager to defend their lands from further Seljuk advance. The emperor sought to unify these diverse groups under a single command. He knew this was difficult, but he believed that a strong imperial presence on the frontier would restore confidence and discourage further incursions. Meanwhile, the political opposition in Constantinople grew bolder. Certain aristocratic families believed that Romanos was placing too much emphasis on the military at the cost of their influence. Bureaucratic officials who had enjoyed authority under previous emperors feared that Romanos' assertive leadership would reduce their role in government. Some conspired quietly. Others waited for an opportunity to undermine him. These tensions did not yet break into open rebellion, but they created a dangerous environment in the capital. Romanos marched east, knowing that not all voices in the empire supported his efforts. As the armies gathered, Alp Arslan was engaged in a campaign in Syria. He captured cities whose allegiance was uncertain and asserted his authority over rival factions. His intention was to establish a stable southern frontier before turning attention to other regions. Yet news reached him that Romanos was preparing a massive campaign toward the east. The reports described an emperor marching with a large and diverse army, intending to reclaim territories where Seljuk influence was growing. Alp Arslan understood immediately that this was no ordinary Byzantine expedition. A confrontation with Romanos could redefine the balance of power across the entire region. The Sultan decided to move north. Some advisors urged caution. Others encouraged him to meet the Byzantine emperor directly, believing that victory would solidify the Seljuk presence in Armenia and strengthen the legitimacy of the Sultanate. Alp Arslan weighed these arguments carefully. He had been preparing for conflict in other regions, but he recognized the significance of an imperial army marching deep into contested lands. He chose to ride north, a decision that would lead him toward one of the most consequential encounters of the medieval era. As both rulers advanced, the frontier filled with movement. Scouts rode through mountain passes. Messengers carried reports of enemy positions. Local communities watched with fear and uncertainty, aware that the presence of two great armies meant that villages, farms, and fortresses would soon face the demands of war. Some fled. Others prepared to support whichever side appeared stronger. The frontier world had long been accustomed to conflict, but the scale of these preparations suggested that something far larger was unfolding. Romanos pushed deeper into the region that would become the stage of the coming confrontation. His commanders urged caution, suggesting that the army maintain tight formations and protect the supply lines. The emperor believed that speed was essential. If he could strike Seljuk forces before they consolidated their position, he might secure a decisive victory. He did not know that Alp Arslan had already turned north and was approaching with disciplined mounted archers and experienced commanders who understood the terrain. The final approach toward Manzikert began as two great forces moved closer without fully realizing how near the other had come. Romanos believed he had time to seize key fortresses and prepare for a deliberate encounter. Alp Arslan believed that he could respond swiftly and meet the emperor before the Byzantines settled into secure positions. Neither planned for a battle to occur exactly as it would, yet every hour brought them closer to the moment when their armies would see one another across the plain near a fortress whose name would echo across centuries. The march was ending, the confrontation was beginning, and both sides were closing in on the ancient stronghold of Manzikert. The morning of Manzikert dawned with a quiet that belied the storm to come. Romanos IV Diogenes faced the wide plain with confidence tempered by caution. His army was large by contemporary standards and composed of seasoned troops drawn from across the empire. Infantry formed solid lines in the center while the elite cavalry prepared to strike at weak points. Mercenaries from western lands held the flanks alongside Armenian contingents, whose knowledge of the terrain had been relied upon for generations. The emperor understood that discipline and cohesion would be the key to success. Any fracture in the army could prove fatal. The Seljuk army under Alp Arslan moved with the mobility that had defined their rise. Mounted archers spread across the slopes and valleys, their movements fluid and unpredictable. They did not rely on fixed formations. Instead, they emphasized speed, feigned retreats, and the use of distance to weaken and confuse the enemy. Reports from scouts had brought accurate information on Byzantine dispositions, and Alp Arslan used this knowledge to position his riders in a way that could exploit any hesitation or mistake. As the two armies approached, initial skirmishes broke out on the periphery of the field. Light cavalry tested the edges of the Byzantine lines, drawing out detachments and probing for weaknesses. Romanos observed carefully, making minor adjustments to his formations. He attempted to maintain the integrity of the front and to keep his reserves ready for a decisive strike. Hours passed with tension mounting on both sides. Soldiers knew that the outcome of the day could alter the course of history. By late morning, the battle intensified. Byzantine cavalry charged toward the Seljuk horse archers, hoping to break their formation and force a retreat. The Seljuks pulled back in carefully calculated movements, releasing volleys of arrows that inflicted casualties and sapped the confidence of the infantry. The emperor ordered reinforcements to the center while attempting to maintain pressure on the flanks. The army moved as one, but the fluid tactics of the Seljuks began to create gaps and uncertainty. The middle of the day saw the first major fracture. Andronikos Doukas, a senior commander with long-standing grievances against Romanos, withdrew a contingent at a critical moment. Whether motivated by personal ambition, distrust of the emperor, or political calculation, his retreat opened a gap in the Byzantine line. Soldiers on either side of the withdrawal found themselves exposed. Attempts to compensate were slow and disorganized. Alp Arslan recognized the opportunity immediately. He ordered his horse archers to intensify the encirclement. Byzantine units found themselves attacked from multiple directions. Arrows rained down from a distance, preventing orderly formation. Cavalry charges were repelled, not by strength, but by careful mobility. Panic spread in isolated groups, and the sense of cohesion that had defined Romanos' army began to dissolve. Romanos attempted to rally his men. He moved between formations, shouting commands, showing himself to encourage loyalty and courage. For a time, small groups held their positions and counterattacked effectively. Yet the presence of enemy forces on multiple flanks and the retreat of Doukas' contingent made these efforts increasingly futile. The emperor's personal bravery could not restore unity to the collapsing army. By afternoon, the encirclement had tightened. Infantry in the center struggled to hold the line while cavalry on the flanks became increasingly isolated. Seljuk archers exploited every weakness, forcing repeated withdrawals and scattering units. Romanos sought to maintain order and prevent total collapse. He gave orders for a general retreat with the hope of regrouping at a more defensible position. Yet, the retreat was not coordinated. Confusion spread as soldiers turned to flee rather than follow instructions. The betrayal of Andronikos Doukas became decisive. His forces moved away entirely, leaving the emperor vulnerable. Seljuk riders seized the opportunity to press forward. Byzantine soldiers who attempted to cover the retreat found themselves surrounded. Communication between units broke down. Panic became contagious, spreading quickly among the ranks. Attempts to restore discipline failed against the momentum of fear and confusion. As the sun began to lower toward the horizon, Romanos found himself cut off with a small group of loyal followers. The Seljuk army pressed in with relentless skill, surrounding the emperor and forcing surrender. Romanos IV Diogenes was captured by Alp Arslan, a humiliation that shocked the Byzantine world. The emperor's position had been secure only moments before. Now he was in the hands of a man who had planned carefully, who had anticipated every move, and who had used mobility and timing to turn opportunity into victory. The capture of Romanos shattered the prestige of the Byzantine Empire. For centuries, the empire had been seen as unassailable, guided by divine favor and disciplined authority. News of the emperor's surrender spread quickly through Constantinople, and the city reeled from the realization that the eastern frontier had been decisively breached. Governors in distant provinces hesitated. Local commanders struggled to respond. Soldiers who had survived the battle wandered, uncertain of their orders or loyalty. The political consequences were immediate. Factions in the capital, previously cautious in their opposition to Romanos, now acted with boldness. Ambitions long kept in check found opportunity. Military leaders sought to distance themselves from the disaster. Aristocrats pressed for influence over decisions that had previously been guided by the emperor alone. The court of Constantinople faced the sudden reality that the empire's structure could not withstand the loss of central authority in such a dramatic fashion. The battlefield itself told a story of confusion, courage, and devastation. Infantry who had held firm in the morning lay scattered by the afternoon. Cavalry that had charged with confidence found themselves harried at every turn. Soldiers who survived the day carried stories of comrades surrounded and cut down, of friends swept into disorder by unexpected movements, and of leaders whose commands could no longer guide them. Chroniclers later wrote of the plain littered with the detritus of battle, of abandoned weapons, and of the silence that followed the shrieks of combat. The Seljuks, by contrast, achieved a remarkable tactical victory. Their forces had been tested against the discipline and numbers of the Byzantines, and had exploited every weakness with patience, timing, and mobility. Alp Arslan's personal leadership ensured that the army remained cohesive. He treated prisoners strategically, sparing Romanos as a gesture of calculated mercy that reinforced his own authority. The Sultan's forces could now move with advantage across eastern Anatolia, consolidating power in areas previously held by the empire and establishing new centers of Seljuk influence. The defeated Manzikert was more than a military setback. It represented a collapse of confidence, a fracture in the idea of Byzantine permanence, and a shift in the balance of power across the region. For decades, the empire had relied on the assumption that its borders were strong, that its military institutions were reliable, and that loyalty among commanders could be taken for granted. Manzikert revealed the fragility of these assumptions. Loyalty was contingent. Discipline could falter. Political rivalries could determine the outcome of battles. The implications extended far beyond a single day, a single field, or a single emperor. In the aftermath, the empire faced immediate threats on multiple fronts. Frontier towns were vulnerable to raids. Armenian lords re-evaluated their allegiance. Soldiers withdrew to fortified positions, uncertain of their role. The Seljuks did not immediately conquer all of Anatolia, but they had opened a path that would allow their forces to expand rapidly in the following years. Regions once secure under Byzantine authority became contested spaces. Communities that had relied on the protection of imperial armies now confronted a future defined by uncertainty, migration, and new rulers. The battle also altered the perception of Byzantium in the wider world. Rivals, allies, and neighbors reassessed the empire's strength. The aura of invincibility, cultivated over centuries, was broken. For the first time in generations, it was clear that Byzantium could be defeated decisively by a rising power whose strategy combined mobility, tactical intelligence, and a deep understanding of the terrain. Scholars, clerics, and chroniclers recorded the events with shock, noting the emperor's capture, the collapse of formations, and the immediate consequences for frontier defense. The emperor's personal courage became legend. Romanos had led from the front and maintained composure under extreme pressure. Yet bravery alone could not compensate for the disunity that plagued the army, the failure of trusted commanders, the inability to coordinate complex maneuvers, and the unforeseen mobility of the Seljuk horse archers combined to create a catastrophe that few in Constantinople could have imagined. The psychological impact of the battle would endure as long as the empire itself struggled to regain its eastern provinces. In sum, the Battle of Manzikert was a turning point. It marked the end of Byzantine dominance in eastern Anatolia and the beginning of a prolonged period of uncertainty and conflict. It demonstrated the effectiveness of Seljuk military methods against traditional Byzantine formations. It revealed the fragility of an empire that appeared strong on paper, but was undermined by internal rivalries and logistical challenges. Most importantly, it set the stage for decades of warfare, migrations, and political restructuring that would alter the medieval Near East in profound ways. Romanos IV, Diogenes, had been captured. His army had been shattered. The frontier was open. Byzantine prestige lay in ruins. The plain of Manzikert had become more than a battlefield. It was the moment when the medieval world of the Eastern Empire began to unravel, and the stage was set for the long war that would last 167 years. The shock of Manzikert reverberated immediately through the streets and palaces of Constantinople. The emperor, once the unchallenged symbol of authority and divine sanction, had been captured. News of his defeat traveled faster than any messenger could have imagined. Factions that had quietly opposed Romanos IV Diogenes suddenly found themselves empowered by the absence of decisive leadership. The court became a theater of intrigue and rivalry. Civil wars erupted with little delay as ambitious figures claimed the right to govern in a time of crisis. Pretenders to the throne appeared from unexpected corners of the empire. Members of the imperial family advanced claims, citing bloodlines and ancient precedents. Military commanders who had survived the battle saw opportunities to elevate their own positions and extend influence over provinces far from the capital. Bureaucrats and aristocrats formed alliances and rivalries that fractured decision-making at every level. No single voice carried the authority to direct the empire effectively. Constantinople itself seemed paralyzed by competing interests, each faction more concerned with personal advantage than with the looming threat. In Anatolia, in the east, Seljuk warlords seized the opportunity to move swiftly into regions left undefended. They did not act as a single unified force, but as a constellation of ambitious leaders, each pursuing their own objectives, while loosely aligned under the authority of Alp. Some advanced toward fortified towns and villages that had previously depended on imperial protection. Others seized passes and valleys critical for communication and logistics. The movement of these forces was both rapid and calculated. Byzantine commanders in the field struggled to respond, often encountering decisions already made by invaders who had exploited the confusion and delay caused by internal conflict. The consequences for Anatolia were immediate and catastrophic. Villages were abandoned as peasants fled before advancing Seljuk forces. Fields went unharvested. Livestock was driven off. Local leaders faced impossible choices. Defend with insufficient troops, negotiate with the invaders, or evacuate their communities entirely. Some chose flight, leaving settlements empty and vulnerable. Others attempted resistance, only to be overwhelmed by the mobility and tactical skill of Seljuk cavalry. Over months, the landscape changed. Areas that had once been productive, densely populated, and organized under Byzantine administration fell into disorder. Cities that had once symbolized imperial authority surrendered with little resistance. Garrison forces were often under strength. Supplies were low. Morale was shattered by the knowledge of the emperor's capture and the absence of coherent central command. Seljuk leaders negotiated with city officials, sometimes granting leniency in exchange for allegiance or tribute. In other cases, they occupied towns outright, imposing their own structures of administration. The urban centers of Anatolia, which had been the backbone of the empire's economic and military strength, now faced a new reality in which the authority of Constantinople was no longer an immediate factor in daily life. The empire's inability to respond quickly had multiple causes. Communication across Anatolia was slow and unreliable. The Byzantine administrative system relied on loyal governors and military officers to act promptly. Yet in the chaos following Manzikert, many of these figures were either dead, fled, or uncertain of their authority. Political divisions within the court meant that no coordinated plan could be implemented from the capital. Orders sent from Constantinople often arrived too late or conflicted with local decisions. Supply lines that had once supported rapid military movement were disrupted, leaving reinforcements and provisions stranded. Compounding these logistical challenges was the fractured state of the army. Many units had been destroyed at Manzikert, or were scattered across the frontier. Those that remained were often reluctant to advance without clear direction. Fear of Seljuk tactics, including encirclement and mounted archery, prevented commanders from taking decisive action. Even experienced generals hesitated, understanding that an aggressive move could result in disaster without the support of reinforcements or clear strategic guidance. The psychological impact on the population cannot be overstated. Communities that had relied on Byzantine soldiers for protection now faced a world where the empire could not guarantee safety. News of Manzikert spread rapidly, and with it came fear, uncertainty, and the erosion of confidence in imperial authority. Local lords and village elders struggled to maintain order. Markets collapsed as trade routes became dangerous. The economy contracted as harvests went uncollected, and taxation became inconsistent. Religious institutions also felt the effects. Monasteries and churches had often provided a measure of stability in rural areas, supporting education, local administration, and social cohesion. Yet these institutions were vulnerable to the advance of Seljuk forces and the collapse of regional authority. Some were plundered, others abandoned. Clerics attempted to maintain moral authority, urging communities to remain loyal and patient. But the scale of displacement and the speed of conquest made such efforts largely symbolic. The Seljuk leaders acted with strategic intent even amid the chaos. They consolidated control over key passes, river valleys, and towns that allowed for rapid reinforcement and the movement of supplies. Their cavalry could strike suddenly and disappear just as quickly, keeping the Byzantines off balance. Warlords competed among themselves for prestige and territory. Yet their collective movement brought about a dramatic reshaping of Anatolia. The old system of Byzantine frontier defense, based on fortified towns, local levies, and imperial oversight, could not respond to such fluid tactics. By the end of the first year following Manzikert, large swaths of eastern Anatolia were effectively outside Byzantine control. The empire retained some fortified positions in coastal cities, yet the interior, particularly areas east of the central Anatolian plateau, was increasingly dominated by Turkic settlers. New patterns of settlement emerged. Nomadic groups moved into abandoned regions. Some communities accepted Seljuk authority for protection and stability, while others resisted until military pressure made resistance impossible. The landscape, once a tapestry of Byzantine villages and estates, became a contested and often depopulated frontier. The political situation in Constantinople compounded these problems. Emperors who followed Romanos were often preoccupied with court intrigue rather than military strategy. Civil wars drained resources and attention. Ambitious nobles sought advantage in the vacuum of power. Civil administration, taxation, and legal authority struggled to function. Orders to provincial commanders were contradictory or ignored. In effect, the empire suffered from a crisis of command as much as from the military defeat itself. This period saw the emergence of several key patterns that would define the next decades. First, Seljuk forces were able to operate with remarkable freedom, exploiting gaps created by Byzantine indecision and internal division. Second, local elites were forced to adapt quickly, either by negotiating allegiance, fleeing, or seeking protection in newly fortified centers. Third, the empire itself experienced a slow contraction of authority, as the practical ability to govern distant provinces declined rapidly. Fourth, the psychological impact of defeat and the collapse of prestige hindered recovery. Soldiers, administrators, and civilians alike understood that the empire was no longer the unassailable power it had once appeared to be. The collapse of Byzantine Anatolia was therefore not only military but social, political, and economic. The defeat at Manzikert created a ripple effect that extended far beyond the battlefield. Communities abandoned their homes, regional armies disbanded or retreated, and the central government struggled to maintain control, even in areas untouched by Seljuk raiders. The empire's traditional strengths, including bureaucratic efficiency, military discipline, and religious authority, were undermined simultaneously by the pressures of external invasion and internal instability. As a result, the next phase of the conflict involved not only pitched battles, but also the slow occupation of territory, the settlement of Turkic groups, and the emergence of new power structures within Anatolia. Byzantine commanders, now acting in fragmented units, attempted to resist Seljuk expansion where possible, yet their efforts were piecemeal. The combination of political turmoil in Constantinople, the mobility and ambition of Seljuk warlords, and the displacement of populations created a situation in which Anatolia could no longer be reliably defended by the empire as it had been under Basil II. In short, the collapse of Byzantine Anatolia following Manzikert was a result of both external and internal factors. It was the product of strategic misfortune, battlefield betrayal, and a court consumed by rivalry. It was the outcome of logistical failure, administrative inefficiency, and the inability to respond rapidly to a dynamic and mobile opponent. By the time the Seljuks had consolidated their positions in eastern Anatolia, the empire faced a reality that would define the coming decades. A frontier that was no longer secure, communities uprooted, and a state forced to confront a new political and military order that it was ill-equipped to manage. The empire's strength had not vanished entirely. Fortresses held by loyal garrisons still resisted. Coastal cities maintained trade and communication, Yet these remnants of authority could not reverse the fundamental shift. The movement of Seljuk forces, combined with the chaos of succession disputes and civil war, ensured that Byzantine Anatolia had entered a period of sustained vulnerability. Recovery would require decades of effort. Yet the empire's leadership remained distracted by internal conflicts and unable to act with the decisiveness that the situation demanded. In the decades following Manzikert, the Seljuks did not merely occupy territory. They established enduring structures of power that would define Anatolia for generations. Among the most consequential developments was the rise of the Sultanate of Rum, a polity that combined the martial skill of Turkic warriors with the administrative traditions inherited from Persian and Byzantine models. The emergence of this state marked a turning point, transforming the formerly Byzantine heartland into a center of Seljuk authority and reshaping the cultural, economic, and religious landscape of the region. The foundation of Rum is closely tied to the figure of Suleiman ibn Kutamish, a distant relative of Alp Arslan. Suleiman had been active in the frontier zones for years, establishing control over scattered fortresses and cultivating alliances with local Turkic leaders. Following the chaos in Anatolia after Manzikert, he recognized an opportunity to consolidate power. Byzantine authority was fractured, regional lords were uncertain, and the population was adjusting to a new reality in which imperial protection could not be counted upon. Suleiman moved decisively, establishing a base in the western reaches of Anatolia, from which he could extend influence further east. One of Suleiman's most significant achievements was the capture of Nicaea. This city, long a symbol of Byzantine power and a hub of administration and trade, fell to Seljuk forces through careful planning and persistent pressure. The conquest of Nicaea was more than a military victory. It provided a secure urban center from which Suleiman could govern newly acquired territories, project military power, and establish economic and political networks that reinforced his authority. Nicaea became the capital of the Sultanate of Rum, a place where Seljuk rulers could adapt Byzantine bureaucratic practices to their own needs, while maintaining the flexibility characteristic of Turkic governance. The Sultanate of Rum thus became the primary base for Seljuk operations in Anatolia. Its geographic position allowed for control over trade routes, connecting the interior of the peninsula to the Black Sea, the Aegean, and the Levant. Mountain passes and river valleys could be defended by cavalry, while urban centers served as administrative and religious hubs. From these bases, Seljuk rulers could respond rapidly to threats, manage relations with subordinate warlords, and direct campaigns that extended their influence across formerly Byzantine lands. The creation of a central authority in Nicaea transformed Anatolia from a contested frontier into a semi-stable Seljuk state capable of enduring for generations. Cultural and religious transformations accompanied these political and military developments. Turkic settlers brought their own customs, language, and practices, while the local population of Anatolia, largely Christian and Greek-speaking, found itself negotiating new realities. Some communities retained their traditions under Seljuk rule, paying tribute and observing local privileges. Others adapted more fully, participating in the new social and economic order. Islamic institutions, including mosques and religious schools, gradually spread across the region, introducing new forms of education, law, and ritual practice. The fusion of Seljuk governance with Anatolian society created a dynamic and complex cultural environment in which traditions intertwined, often unevenly and sometimes contentiously. The rise of Rum also had profound economic consequences. The loss of key towns and fertile regions deprived the Byzantine Empire of tax revenue essential for sustaining military and administrative structures. Estates that had once contributed grain, livestock, and manpower to imperial coffers were now under Seljuk control. Merchants adapted to new authorities, redirecting trade and paying taxes to local rulers rather than to Constantinople. The emperor's capacity to project power into Anatolia declined as a result. Military campaigns became more costly, reinforcements slower to arrive, and local populations less inclined to offer support. Equally important was the impact on manpower. Many able-bodied men who would once have served in Byzantine garrisons were now subject to Seljuk control, recruited into local forces, or displaced entirely. Recruitment for imperium armies became more difficult as the pool of loyal, accessible soldiers contracted. The remaining forces were increasingly drawn from the western provinces, farther from the eastern frontier, reducing the empire's responsiveness to emerging threats. The human costs of Manzikert and the subsequent migrations and resettlements created a long-term imbalance that would shape military realities for decades. Legitimacy was perhaps the most fragile casualty of this transformation. The Byzantine emperor no longer appeared to command authority over Anatolia. Governors, military officers, and local leaders questioned whether allegiance to Constantinople had value. Symbols of imperial power, sukas forts, tax offices, and ceremonial centers were either captured or rendered ineffective by the presence of new rulers. Rum emerged not merely as a conqueror but as an alternative source of authority, offering protection, governance, and opportunity to communities willing to accept its rule. The psychological shift was profound. The perception of Byzantine supremacy, built over centuries of military, religious, and political effort, was undermined by a combination of defeat, internal conflict, and the establishment of a resilient Seljuk state. The consolidation of Rum also affected patterns of settlement and land use. Seljuk rulers encouraged nomadic groups to move into the interior, filling depopulated regions and creating buffer zones against potential Byzantine counterattacks. They fostered urban development in key centers while maintaining control over rural populations. This restructuring allowed for the extraction of resources, recruitment of soldiers, and the establishment of durable governance in areas that had previously been contested or unstable. The administrative systems developed by the Seljuks combined elements of Persian, Turkic, and local practice, creating a hybrid model capable of sustaining the state even as it expanded into regions formerly dominated by Byzantium. Religious policy played a strategic role in consolidating control. While the Seljuks were committed to Islam, they generally allowed Christian communities to continue their practices under supervision and taxation. This pragmatism facilitated local acceptance of the new rulers and reduced the likelihood of constant rebellion. Churches continued to function, and Christian leaders often acted as intermediaries between communities and Seljuk authorities. Over time, however, the demographic and religious composition of Anatolia shifted gradually, with Turkic settlement and Islamic institutions altering the social fabric of the region. Meanwhile, the Byzantine Empire faced the compounded effects of these developments. The loss of Anatolia deprived the state of essential resources. Taxed revenue, once the backbone of imperial finances, contracted sharply. Agricultural output fell as villages were abandoned and fields went untilled. Manpower for both military and civilian purposes declined. And with every settlement lost, the psychological weight of imperial defeat grew heavier. The emperor in Constantinople could issue commands, but the practical capacity to enforce them across vast and contested terrain was diminished. These shifts also had strategic consequences beyond Anatolia. The empire's weakened position emboldened other neighbors and rivals. Normans in the west, Bulgarians in the north, and various factions within the Balkans observed the empire's vulnerability with interest. Byzantine diplomacy, which had long relied on the combination of military strength and political influence, became more reactive than proactive. The rise of Rum and the Seljuk presence in Anatolia forced Constantinople to reconsider its approach, adapting to a reality in which it no longer controlled the resources or territory needed to dictate terms unilaterally. By the mid-11th century, the Sultanate of Rum was not merely an occupying power. It had become a durable state with a defined territory, centralized administration, and a coherent military system. Its emergence reshaped the balance of power in the Near East, turning Anatolia into a frontier from which Seljuk influence could radiate. Trade routes, river valleys, and mountain passes fell under its control, giving the Sultanate economic and military leverage. The region was no longer merely a theater of raids and skirmishes. It had become the heartland of a rising power, capable of sustained governance, expansion, and cultural transformation. The consequences for Byzantium were long-term. Manpower shortages hindered the empire's ability to respond to threats. Loss of revenue strained finances. The symbolic authority of the emperor eroded. Military recovery required significant effort. Yet internal divisions and the scale of territorial loss made coordinated campaigns difficult. The emergence of Rome demonstrated that Anatolia, once considered a reliable source of wealth and soldiers, could no longer be taken for granted. The empire was forced to adapt to a new political landscape, in which the Seljuks had created a viable and enduring presence. In conclusion, the rise of the Sultanate of Rum illustrates the transformative impact of the Seljuk advance into Anatolia. Suleiman ibn Kutamish seized the moment created by Byzantine weakness to capture Nicaea and establish a base of power. From this center, the Seljuks consolidated control, reshaping the cultural and religious landscape, asserting administrative authority, and altering economic and social patterns. Byzantium, by contrast, experienced the erosion of tax revenue, manpower, and legitimacy. The empire's capacity to respond quickly and effectively to the new political reality was severely constrained in less than a generation. Anatolia had shifted from a stronghold of Byzantine authority to the heart of a rising Seljuk state, setting the stage for further conflict, migration, and transformation in the centuries to come. By the year 1081, the Byzantine Empire was teetering on the edge of collapse. Decades of military defeat, internal division, and territorial loss had left the empire fractured and vulnerable. The eastern provinces were largely under Seljuk control, Anatolia slipping beyond reach. Internal politics in Constantinople were chaotic. Factions vied for influence at court while emperors were deposed, assassinated, or exiled with alarming frequency. Corruption ran deep through the administration, undermining the capacity of the state to collect taxes, maintain fortifications, and project power. The imperial treasury was strained, often empty, and the population faced heavy burdens with diminishing protection. It was into this environment that Alexios Komnenos ascended the throne, a general of proven ability and the scion of an established military family. Alexios inherited a realm that appeared irreparably weakened. His claim to the throne was contested, and from the first days of his rule he faced internal challenges from ambitious aristocrats, disloyal governors, and powerful bureaucrats who resented the concentration of authority in the hands of a single ruler. The capital itself was politically volatile. Citizens, nobles, and soldiers alike tested the resolve of the new emperor. Survival demanded both political skill and military acumen in equal measure. The external pressures were equally daunting. In the western provinces, Normans from southern Italy invaded, taking advantage of Byzantine weakness to press into Thessaly and the Pechenegs, a nomadic people from the north, raided along the Danube, devastating towns and forcing the empire to commit troops to frontier defense rather than to the more pressing threat in Anatolia. At the same time, the Seljuks continued to press deeper into the heart of Anatolia, consolidating their hold over cities and fortresses and settling their populations in areas previously dominated by Byzantium. The empire faced threats on every front, yet the capacity to respond was limited by prior losses and ongoing political instability. Alexios understood that the survival of Byzantium required both immediate action and long-term strategy. He began by reforming the military. Units were reorganized to improve discipline and cohesion. Commanders whose loyalty was certain were placed in positions of responsibility, while those whose allegiance was questionable were reassigned or dismissed. Fortifications were repaired where possible, particularly along the Balkan frontier and the western coast of Anatolia, though resources were often scarce. Even as he worked to rebuild the army, Alexios recognized that the empire could not rely solely on local manpower. Recruitment from provincial populations was difficult because of depopulation, economic disruption, and fear of Seljuk raids. Corruption and inefficiency within the administration had long weakened Byzantium's capacity to respond to crises. Alexios initiated reforms intended to streamline tax collection, reduce embezzlement, and ensure that funds reached their intended destinations. These measures met resistance from entrenched bureaucrats and wealthy aristocrats who had benefited from the previous disorder. Some sought to subvert the emperor's authority, while others attempted to manipulate the system for personal gain. Alexios navigated these challenges with careful negotiation, asserting his authority where necessary and co-opting potential rivals through strategic marriages, titles, and positions of responsibility. Recognizing the insufficiency of local resources, Alexios sought assistance from the West. He appealed to Western rulers and the papacy, presenting the Seljuk threat as not merely a Byzantine concern but as a danger to Christendom itself. These appeals were controversial. Some Western leaders were eager to intervene for political or religious reasons, while others were cautious, distracted by their own conflicts, or skeptical of Byzantine motives. Nevertheless, the seeds were planted for the larger involvement of Western forces in the Eastern Mediterranean, a development that would have profound implications for the empire and for the broader region in the decades to come. Despite the pressures from Normans, Pechenegs, and Seljuks, Alexios managed to stabilize the empire incrementally. He demonstrated flexibility in military strategy, alternating between defensive postures to protect vital territory and offensive actions to reclaim lost ground. He relied on a combination of diplomacy, strategic marriages, and temporary alliances with neighboring powers to secure the empire's flanks. While resources were mobilized, his leadership restored a measure of confidence among soldiers and administrators who had witnessed decades of decline. The Seljuk advance remained a constant concern. Rum continued to consolidate control in Anatolia, while independent Seljuk warlords maintained pressure on the eastern frontier. Fortresses previously abandoned by Byzantines were now centers of Seljuk power, providing bases for raiding and administration. Alexios's forces were often unable to engage in large-scale battles because the Seljuk military model relied on mobility, surprise, and strategic retreat rather than prolonged engagements. The emperor therefore relied on a combination of fortified positions, mobile cavalry units, and carefully planned counterattacks to check Seljuk expansion. Internal revolts were another persistent threat. Factions that opposed the emperor's reforms, ambitious generals seeking to expand their own influence, and local lords who resented increased taxation and centralized authority posed continuous challenges. Each rebellion required careful handling, sometimes involving negotiation, other times decisive military action. Alexios's ability to balance coercion and conciliation allowed him to retain the loyalty of key supporters, while minimizing the risk of open civil war. By the mid-years of his reign, Alexios had begun to achieve a measure of success. He regained control of strategic fortresses in regions previously lost to rebel or foreign control. He stabilized the administration in key provinces, restored partial confidence in the treasury, and began rebuilding the army with both native recruits and mercenaries from neighboring regions. Each victory was modest in scale, but cumulative in effect. The empire, once on the brink of collapse, now displayed signs of resilience and coherence that had been absent for decades. Alexios also fostered the development of alliances with Western powers. Although these arrangements were often delicate and dependent on shifting political conditions, they provided access to military resources, diplomatic recognition, and additional manpower that augmented the empire's own capabilities. The appeal to Western Christendom had long-term consequences, creating networks of support that would later be critical during periods of intensified Seljuk pressure and the campaigns that followed in the next generation. Culturally and symbolically, the Komnenian restoration under Alexios revitalized the sense of imperial authority. The emperor emphasized the continuity of tradition, linking his reign to the glories of prior Byzantine rulers while demonstrating practical skill in governance and warfare. Public ceremonies, military parades, and religious observances reinforced the perception that the empire remained a coherent entity despite prior disasters. This projection of authority was crucial for maintaining morale among the population and for deterring opportunistic rivals, both within and beyond the empire's borders. Alexios faced formidable challenges in securing the eastern frontier. The Seljuks were entrenched, well-organized, and capable of rapid movement. Raids into Byzantine territory continued, threatening settlements, disrupting agriculture, and challenging the recovery of the imperial economy. Nevertheless, through a combination of fortification, targeted counterattacks, and strategic diplomacy, the emperor gradually limited the scope of these incursions. He stabilized key regions while setting the stage for more extensive campaigns, designed to reclaim lost territory and reassert Byzantine influence over Anatolia. The overall picture by the end of the first decades of Alexios' reign was one of cautious recovery. The empire was far from restored to its previous strength. Anatolia remained largely under Seljuk control. The threat from Normans, Pechenegs, and other adversaries persisted. Resources were limited and the central authority was still vulnerable to factionalism. Yet under Alexios' leadership, Byzantium displayed the capacity to resist complete collapse, to reorganize its administration and military, and to begin a slow process of reconsolidation that would define the Komnenian era. In summary, the The rise of Alexios, the first Komnenos, marks the beginning of what historians call the Komnean Restoration. He assumed the throne at a moment of unprecedented crisis. The empire faced simultaneous threats from Seljuk expansion in Anatolia, Norman incursions in the west, and raids from the north by nomadic peoples. The internal administration was corrupt and divided. The military was weakened and under-resourced. Alexios responded with a combination of strategic insight, military skill, and political acumen. He initiated reforms in the army, reorganized the administration, secured limited but crucial support from the West, and restored a measure of confidence in imperial authority. The actions of Alexios set the stage for the next phase of Byzantine resilience. By stabilizing the empire internally and securing key positions along its frontiers, he created the conditions for future campaigns to reclaim territory and counter the Seljuk advance. His reign demonstrated that even after decades of loss and fragmentation, the empire retained the capacity for recovery when guided by competent leadership, careful diplomacy, and strategic vision. The foundations laid by Alexios I would influence Byzantine politics, military organization, and foreign relations for decades, establishing a pattern of cautious but steady restoration that countered the setbacks of the previous generation. The arrival of the First Crusade in Constantinople at the end of the 11th century marked a moment of profound transformation for the Byzantine Empire. Europe's armed pilgrims, moving toward the Holy Land, arrived in a city still recovering from decades of military and political upheaval. The empire, under Alexios, the first Komnenos, faced both opportunity and risk. The Crusaders were a formidable force, unaccustomed to Byzantine methods and motivated by religious zeal, personal ambition, and the promise of wealth. Their presence presented Alexios with a chance to reclaim lost territory, reinforce his fragile position, and counter the Seljuk hold over Anatolia. Yet it also introduced an unpredictable element that required careful negotiation and strategy. Alexios approached the arrival of the Crusaders with pragmatism. He recognized their military strength and their potential utility in regaining territory that had been lost in the decades following. At the same time, he understood that the Crusaders were independent actors whose loyalty could not be assumed. Negotiations involved both diplomacy and subtle coercion. Alexios provided logistical support, food, and safe passage through Byzantine territory while insisting that Crusader leaders swear oaths to return conquered lands to the empire whenever possible. These arrangements were delicate, relying on mutual interest, but threatened at every turn by misunderstanding, cultural difference, and the unpredictable behavior of armed pilgrims. The Crusaders advanced into Anatolia, and their campaigns had immediate consequences for the Seljuk presence in the west. Cities and fortresses previously under Seljuk control fell to the Crusaders through a combination of battle and negotiation with local populations dissatisfied with the Seljuks or fearful of conflict. Nicaea, a city of immense symbolic and strategic importance, was recovered for Byzantium. The return of Nicaea restored a measure of confidence in imperial authority and provided a fortified center from which further operations could be coordinated. Control of western coastal regions also allowed the empire to secure vital trade routes, replenish supplies, and re-establish administrative structures in key areas of Anatolia. The weakening of Seljuk control in western Anatolia was not merely a military victory. It represented the restoration of Byzantine influence over urban centers, agricultural zones, and population centers that had been inaccessible for decades. Towns regained connections to the imperial bureaucracy. Tax revenues, long diverted to Seljuk authorities or lost entirely, began to flow again to Constantinople. Local populations, previously living under uncertainty and the threat of raids, could begin to re-establish social and economic networks. The empire's presence was no longer symbolic alone, but tangible, backed by military power, reinforced indirectly by the Crusaders. Despite these gains, the relationship between Byzantium and the Crusaders was fraught with tension. Cultural misunderstandings, differing expectations of authority, and the Crusaders' independent ambitions created friction. Crusader leaders often disregarded Byzantine requests or acted contrary to agreed plans. Disputes over spoils, administration, and military strategy arose repeatedly. Alexios had to balance the immediate advantage provided by Crusader armies with the long-term risks of empowering foreign forces, whose ultimate objectives might not align with Byzantine interests. This tension was a defining feature of the alliance, complicating efforts to maximize the benefits of Western intervention. Alexios' strategy relied on careful coordination. Byzantine forces provided guidance, logistical support, and intelligence about terrain and Seljuk positions. The emperor sought to direct the Crusaders' campaigns toward objectives that would benefit Byzantium, including the recapture of cities, control of trade routes, and restoration of imperial authority. In practice, this required constant negotiation, monitoring, and occasional intervention to prevent independent Crusader action from undermining Byzantine goals. The delicate balance between cooperation and control became a central element of imperial strategy during the Crusader campaigns. The successes of the Crusaders in western Anatolia allowed Byzantium to rebuild its defensive network. Fortresses were reoccupied and repaired. Garrison troops returned to key positions. Roads and communication networks were gradually restored, facilitating the movement of troops, supplies, and information. The recovery of territory also provided a psychological boost, signaling to both internal factions and external powers that the empire was capable of regaining lost strength. This resurgence, though incomplete, demonstrated that Byzantine recovery was possible with a combination of strategic leadership and external support. Seljuk forces, while still strong in eastern Anatolia and the interior, faced setbacks that limited their capacity to project power westward. The loss of cities and strategic positions disrupted communication and supply lines. Warlords who had previously operated independently now faced the dual challenge of defending against Byzantine forces and responding to the presence of Crusader armies. While the Seljuks retained their mobility and tactical skill, the disruption of their western territories shifted the balance of power and created openings for further Byzantine initiatives. The Crusaders' campaigns also reshaped the social and economic environment of Anatolia. Populations displaced by earlier conflicts returned to rebuilt towns and villages. Markets reopened, trade resumed along routes previously under disruption, and local elites re-established their authority in coordination with Byzantine officials. Religious institutions, including churches and monasteries, regained some measure of stability, benefiting from the restoration of imperial protection. The presence of Crusaders, while often disruptive, contributed indirectly to the reassertion of Byzantine influence in regions formerly under Seljuk domination. At the same time, the alliance with the Crusaders revealed vulnerabilities. Reliance on foreign forces created potential dependency. Trust was fragile, and the unpredictable behavior of Crusader contingents sometimes jeopardized imperial objectives. Reports of looting, disregard for Byzantine command, and conflicts with local populations underscored the risks inherent in coordinating with armies whose loyalty was contingent on short-term gain rather than long-term allegiance. Alexios had to navigate these challenges continuously, balancing immediate military advantage against potential political and social costs. The recovery of Nicaea exemplified the complexities of this period. The city had long been a symbol of Byzantine strength, administrative capacity, and cultural identity. Its recapture represented both a strategic victory and a powerful statement of resilience. Byzantine administration was restored, fortifications strengthened, and local governance reorganized under imperial oversight. At the same time, the presence of Crusaders required careful negotiation to ensure that control was ultimately retained by Byzantium rather than being claimed by Western forces. The outcome demonstrated the potential of external support when carefully managed, yet also highlighted the limitations and risks of such dependence. By the end of the Crusader campaigns in western Anatolia, Byzantium had regained significant territory. The western coastlands, previously vulnerable to raids and under Seljuk control, were once again under imperial authority. The reestablishment of these regions provided economic resources, strategic depth, and a buffer against further incursions. Local populations, long subject to uncertainty and violence, could begin to rebuild agricultural production, trade, and social institutions under the protection of a restored, though still fragile, imperial presence. The broader implications of these developments were profound. Byzantium was no longer entirely on the defensive. Strategic initiative had shifted, at least in the west, allowing the empire to plan further campaigns and consolidate gains. At the same time, the experience of coordinating with Crusader forces introduced new dimensions of diplomacy, alliance management, and cross-cultural interaction. Lessons learned during this period would shape Byzantine policy and military practice for decades, influencing responses to future Seljuk advances and broader geopolitical developments in the eastern Mediterranean. Yet the victories and restored territory did not eliminate uncertainty. The Seljuks remained dominant in central and eastern Anatolia. Warlords continued to operate with relative autonomy, maintaining pressure on frontier regions. Internal political tensions persisted in Constantinople, with ambitious factions testing the limits of imperial authority. The emperor faced the ongoing challenge of converting temporary successes into sustainable control, ensuring that regained territories were fortified, populated, and integrated into the imperial system. In conclusion, the arrival of the First Crusade and the subsequent campaigns in Anatolia marked a pivotal phase in the shifting balance of power between Byzantium and the Seljuks. Alexios I Komnenos leveraged the presence of Crusader forces to recover Nicaea and the western coastlands, weakening Seljuk control and restoring a measure of Byzantine authority. The campaigns demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of relying on foreign allies, highlighting the importance of negotiation, strategic oversight, and political skill. By the close of these operations, Byzantium had regained critical territory and begun to reassert influence in Anatolia. Yet the empire remained vulnerable, facing both external threats and internal challenges that would shape the trajectory of the next decades. The years following the First Crusade were a period of both opportunity and persistent challenge for the Byzantine Empire. While Western Anatolia had been reclaimed with the assistance of Western forces, the broader landscape remained fragmented and volatile. The Seljuk Sultanate of Rum had suffered setbacks, but it was far from defeated. Internal divisions, succession disputes, and the emergence of independent warlords had created a mosaic of competing powers across central and eastern Anatolia. These divisions offered Byzantium openings for reconquest, yet they also complicated efforts to stabilize the frontier and assert lasting authority. Fragmentation among the Seljuks became a defining characteristic of the post-Crusade period. Rival factions, often vying for control over cities and territories, operated with considerable autonomy. Some followed the authority of the Sultan in Nicaea, seeking to maintain cohesion and legitimacy. Others acted independently, establishing local dynasties with their own military and administrative systems. The Manzikert Turkic dynasty, centered in the northeastern regions of Anatolia, represented one of the most persistent challenges. They controlled key fortresses and passes, enabling them to launch raids into both Byzantine and rival Seljuk territories. Their mobility, combined with knowledge of the terrain, made them formidable opponents in the contested highlands and river valleys. The Ottomans emerged as another influential faction during this period. Originating from southeastern Anatolia and northern Syria, they operated with a mix of independence and opportunism. Their leaders were adept at forging alliances and exploiting conflicts among neighboring powers, often shifting loyalties according to circumstance. These smaller Seljuk offshoots, while not as powerful as the central authority of Rum, created a highly complex and fragmented political landscape. Byzantium had to contend not only with the Sultanate of Rum, but with a network of independent warlords whose ambitions frequently intersected with imperial interests. Despite these challenges, Alexios I Komnenos continued to pursue an ambitious program of recovery. His campaigns were characterized by methodical planning, careful attention to logistics, and the use of both diplomacy and military force to consolidate gains. The emperor recognized that outright conquest was rarely feasible given the fractured nature of Seljuk authority. Instead, he sought to exploit divisions, cultivate local alliances, and regain control over key cities, fortresses, and trade routes that could serve as anchors for Byzantine influence in central Anatolia. The campaign in central Anatolia was slow and grinding. Byzantine forces advanced with caution, aware that overextension could leave them vulnerable to counterattack. Fortresses were reinforced, and garrisons established to secure newly reclaimed territory. Supply lines were meticulously maintained, and intelligence networks relied on local informants, deserters, and merchants familiar with the terrain. Every campaign required careful timing, coordination of infantry and cavalry, an anticipation of Seljuk mobility, which relied heavily on mounted archers capable of rapid movement and sudden strikes. The psychological and social impact of these campaigns was significant. For local populations, Byzantine armies represented both protection and authority. Communities that had suffered under previous years of warfare and raiding often welcomed imperial forces, providing food, shelter, and intelligence in exchange for security and stability. In areas where the Seljuk presence was minimal, Byzantine authority could be re-established relatively quickly, allowing for the collection of taxes, restoration of local governance, and resumption of trade. Yet in regions where multiple factions competed, local communities faced uncertainty, navigating shifting allegiances. While attempting to safeguard livelihoods, the Seljuk factions did not remain passive in the face of Byzantine advances. The Sultanate of Rum sought to reinforce its authority through both military expeditions and strategic alliances. The Danishmends continued to harass frontier regions, testing Byzantine positions with raids designed to disrupt supply lines and undermine confidence. The Artukids and other local powers engaged in opportunistic strikes, occasionally coordinating with one another against the common threat of Byzantine reconquest. These interactions created a highly dynamic environment in which control over territory was provisional, shifting from one faction to another in response to the ebb and flow of campaigns. Alexios' strategy relied on the dual use of force and diplomacy. Military pressure was applied selectively to reclaim key cities, fortresses, and roads. At the same time, Byzantine envoys engaged with local leaders, negotiating oaths of allegiance, recognition of imperial authority, and cooperative defense arrangements. By combining coercion with conciliation, the emperor gradually expanded the areas of effective Byzantine control. This approach acknowledged the realities of the fragmented political landscape, recognizing that sustainable control depended not only on military victories, but also on the integration of local power structures into the imperial system. The grinding nature of the frontier war tested both soldiers and commanders. Campaigns were often conducted over difficult terrain, including mountains, plateaus, and river valleys that favored mobility over set-piece battles. Byzantine troops adapted to these conditions through training, reconnaissance, and careful planning, learning to anticipate the hit-and-run tactics of their opponents. Supply lines required constant protection, and garrisons had to be rotated to maintain effectiveness. Engagements were rarely decisive. Success was measured in the gradual extension of control, the stabilization of key regions, and the weakening of opposition networks. Economic and administrative considerations were central to the continuation of the war. Reclaimed regions needed to provide revenue to sustain ongoing campaigns. Towns and villages were assessed for their capacity to contribute taxes, supplies, and recruits. Local elites were integrated into the imperial system, sometimes rewarded with titles, land, or positions within the bureaucracy to secure loyalty. These measures were essential for maintaining a functional state presence in areas long dominated by non-Byzantine forces. Without economic stability, military gains could not be consolidated, and territories risked being lost again to Seljuk raids or local rebellion. The cumulative effect of these campaigns was to gradually erode Seljuk dominance in western and central Anatolia. While the Sultanate of Rum remained influential, its capacity to project authority across the fragmented landscape was diminished. Independent warlords were compelled either to submit, retreat, or negotiate alliances. Byzantine forces, through a combination of persistence, strategic vision, and careful coordination, established a pattern of incremental recovery that would define imperial policy for decades. The slow expansion of control created a buffer zone, stabilizing the frontier and allowing for the resumption of administrative and economic functions in previously contested regions. The battle for Anatolia was not merely a military struggle. It was a contest over legitimacy and governance. Each recovered city, fortress, and town reinforced the perception of Byzantine authority. Local populations, witnessing the capacity of imperial forces to maintain order, gradually shifted their allegiance. Cultural and religious institutions were restored under imperial oversight, providing a sense of continuity and reinforcing social cohesion. At the same time, the Seljuk factions continued to exercise influence where they retained power, creating a patchwork of contested territories in which the balance of authority was constantly negotiated. By the end of the first phase of the Komnenos campaigns in central Anatolia, Byzantium had achieved measurable successes. Fortresses were held, key cities were reclaimed, and trade routes were secured. The imperial presence extended deeper into the interior than it had for decades. Yet the empire remained cautious, understanding that each advance had to be consolidated before further expansion could occur. The lessons of prior decades, the consequences of overextension, the dangers of divided authority, and the unpredictable nature of frontier warfare shaped the conduct of these campaigns. The frontier war in Anatolia under Alexios I was therefore defined by patience, adaptability, and strategic foresight. Unlike the rapid, decisive engagements of earlier eras, the Komnenian approach relied on incremental gains, careful management of resources, and the integration of local powers into a broader imperial framework. This methodology allowed Byzantium to survive in a highly contested environment, maintain a measure of control over formerly lost territories, and gradually reassert authority across the Anatolian plateau. In conclusion, the battle for Anatolia, following the First Crusade, was characterized by fragmentation, complexity, and gradual recovery. The Seljuks were divided, with factions such as the Danishmends and the Sultanate of Rum asserting local authority in overlapping and competing territories. Alexios, the first Komnenos, undertook methodical campaigns to reclaim central regions, combining military pressure with diplomacy and careful governance. The slow, grinding nature of the frontier war reflected both the challenges of the terrain and the fragmented political landscape. Through persistence, strategy, and cautious consolidation, Byzantium began to re-establish its presence in Anatolia, setting the stage for the ongoing struggle between Empire and Seljuk successor states that would continue for decades to come. When Alexios, the first Komnenos, passed from the scene, the mantle of empire fell to his son, John II Komnenos, known to history as a ruler of unwavering discipline and relentless determination. John inherited both the rewards and the burdens of his father's restoration. Byzantium had survived near collapse, but it was far from secure. Anatolia remained contested. The Seljuk Sultanate of Rum maintained substantial power, and internal factions within the empire continued to test central authority. John II approached his reign with a singular focus: consolidation, stability, and methodical reconquest. John II was not merely a ruler in Constantinople. He was an emperor on campaign. His reign was defined by personal presence on the battlefield, an intimate knowledge of terrain, and the rigorous organization of armies. Unlike his father, whose recovery relied significantly on diplomacy and the occasional alliance with Western forces, John emphasized military precision and disciplined execution. He inspected garrisons, trained officers, and enforced strict standards of conduct among his troops. This approach fostered loyalty, efficiency, and effectiveness in operations that would span the length and breadth of contested Anatolia. The reconquest of Cilicia was among the most significant early campaigns of John's reign. The region, long dominated by Armenian and Muslim lords, with fluctuating allies, represented both a strategic gateway to the Levant and a vital source of revenue for Byzantium. John's campaigns combined careful sieges, negotiated settlements, and the restoration of fortifications. He ensured the towns reclaimed were not merely captured but integrated into the imperial administration, garrisoned with loyal troops, and supplied with the infrastructure necessary for stability. Cilicia became a model for the emperor's broader strategy. Deliberate, incremental, and aimed at sustainable control rather than temporary victories. Throughout central Anatolia, John II extended his campaigns with the same methodical precision. He sought to reclaim towns, fortresses, and road networks that had been lost decades earlier. Seljuk forces, while still formidable, were increasingly forced to respond to a disciplined, persistent adversary rather than relying on mobility and opportunistic raids. By striking at key strongholds and disrupting supply and communication lines, John gradually eroded the operational capacity of the Sultanate of Rum. His presence on the frontier inspired confidence among local populations and Byzantine garrisons, signaling a renewed commitment to imperial authority. Pressure on the Sultanate of Rum under John II was not limited to direct military engagement. The emperor employed a combination of diplomacy, coercion, and strategic alliances to weaken Seljuk cohesion. Rival warlords were courted, threatened, or bribed into cooperation with Byzantine objectives. Trade and tribute arrangements were leveraged to encourage loyalty and undermine the independence of local rulers. John recognized that long-term stability required more than battlefield victories. It demanded the careful construction of networks of influence that could endure beyond the immediate presence of imperial armies. The emperor's campaigns also demonstrated an understanding of the political and cultural realities of Anatolia. Reclaimed regions were administered with attention to local customs and social structures, reducing resistance and encouraging collaboration. Armenian, Greek, and other local communities were drawn into the imperial fold, often rewarded with positions in governance, military service, or trade privileges. This integration reinforced Byzantine legitimacy, while providing the manpower and administrative capability necessary to maintain control over territories previously subject to disruption and foreign domination. Economically, John II's methodical reconquests restored vital sources of revenue. Towns and fortresses once lost to Seljuk control now contributed taxes, agricultural production, and manpower. Trade routes through Cilicia, Central Anatolia, and coastal regions became more secure, facilitating the movement of goods, resources, and information. The emperor ensured that these economic foundations supported ongoing military operations, creating a self-sustaining system in which each recovered territory contributed to the broader capacity of the empire. The disciplined nature of John II's campaigns contrasted sharply with the fragmented Seljuk opposition. The Sultanate of Rum and its offshoots were constrained by internal rivalries, succession disputes, and the challenge of coordinating across a fractured landscape. Byzantine strategy exploited these weaknesses with patience and precision. Each military engagement was carefully chosen to maximize strategic impact while minimizing risk. Sieges were planned with meticulous attention to logistics and morale. Raids and skirmishes were coordinated to disrupt enemy lines without overextending forces. The cumulative effect was the gradual erosion of Seljuk influence and the expansion of Byzantine authority in Anatolia. The emperor's personal leadership was central to this process. John II often traveled with his armies, inspecting fortifications, observing troop discipline, and engaging directly in the planning of operations. His presence inspired loyalty and confidence among soldiers and commanders. Officers were held accountable for their actions, ensuring that imperial objectives were prioritized over personal ambition. This focus on discipline and cohesion contrasted with the more fluid, decentralized methods of Seljuk warfare, giving Byzantium an edge in sustained campaigns across contested regions. Byzantium under John II stabilized, at least temporarily. Reclaimed regions were garrisoned, administrative structures restored, and economic activity resumed. The imperial presence extended across key regions of Cilicia, Central Anatolia, and the western approaches to the Sultanate of Rum. While the Seljuks remained a threat in eastern Anatolia, the empire now possessed the capacity to project power across a wider front, reinforcing its borders, securing trade routes, and maintaining the allegiance of local populations. This period of stability, achieved through discipline and methodical planning, represented one of the high points of Byzantine resurgence in the centuries following Manzikert. The emperor also recognized the importance of continuity. Fortresses were maintained not only for immediate defense but as centers of administration, local governance, and symbolic authority. Garrison towns became nodes of control, integrating local populations into the empire's systems of taxation, law, and defense. Religious institutions were restored and supported, reinforcing cultural cohesion and loyalty to the emperor. The combination of military strength, administrative oversight, and cultural integration created a foundation for sustainable imperial presence in regions that had been contested or abandoned for decades. John II's campaigns exemplified a shift in Byzantine strategy. Rather than relying primarily on reactive measures, diplomacy with Western powers, or temporary alliances, the emperor emphasized direct, disciplined, and sustained military operations. Territory was reclaimed incrementally, with careful attention to consolidation and long-term stability. This approach allowed Byzantium to regain the initiative along its eastern frontier, stabilizing key regions and demonstrating the capacity of the empire to recover from prior centuries of loss and instability. The broader implications of John II's reign extended beyond immediate military success. His methodical campaigns reshaped the political landscape of Anatolia, gradually curbing the autonomy of rival Seljuk factions, reinforcing imperial authority, and creating conditions for further reconquest. The emperor's emphasis on discipline, integration of local populations, and restoration of economic and administrative structures ensured that victories were sustainable rather than fleeting. This long-term perspective distinguished his reign and established a model for subsequent Byzantine operations in contested regions. Despite these successes, John II remained aware of persistent challenges. Eastern Anatolia remained dominated by Seljuk and Turkish forces. Local warlords could act independently, exploiting gaps in Byzantine authority. The complex terrain, including mountains, plateaus, and river valleys, continued to favor mobile cavalry tactics used by Seljuk forces. Every advance required careful planning, consolidation, and monitoring to prevent reversals. The emperor's vigilance was constant, reflecting an understanding that stability was provisional and hard-won in a landscape still marked by centuries of conflict. In conclusion, John II, Komnenos earned his reputation as the emperor warrior through disciplined campaigns, careful planning, and methodical reconquest. His efforts in Cilicia and the Anatolian heartlands gradually eroded the influence of the Sultanate of Rum and its allied factions. Byzantium regained territory, stabilized frontier regions, and restored administrative, economic, and cultural structures essential to imperial authority. While the Seljuks remained a formidable opponent in eastern Anatolia, John II's reign represents a period of renewed strength and cautious optimism. The empire, once on the brink of collapse, demonstrated through his leadership that disciplined, sustained, and integrated action could reclaim lost ground and stabilize a fragmented landscape, even amid the ongoing challenges of the medieval Near East. By the mid-12th century, the Byzantine Empire reached a new zenith under Manuel I Komnenos, grandson of Alexios, known for his intelligence, charisma, and relentless ambition. Manuel inherited an empire stabilized by his father and grandfather. Byzantium had regained control over much of western and central Anatolia, reclaimed key coastal cities, and established economic and diplomatic networks across the eastern Mediterranean. Manuel's reign marked the high point of the Komnenian revival, a period when Byzantine influence extended beyond traditional boundaries, and the empire appeared poised to assert dominance not only over Anatolia but across the Near East and even into the western Mediterranean. Manuel combined military skill with exceptional diplomatic acumen. His reign was defined by careful alliances, strategic marriages, and complex negotiations designed to secure Byzantine interests. Relations with the Crusader states in Syria and the Levant were cultivated with both pragmatism and subtle coercion. Manuel provided support, negotiated terms of allegiance, and monitored the ambitions of Crusader lords to ensure they did not challenge imperial authority. At the same time, he maintained diplomatic ties with Italian maritime cities such as Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, balancing trade agreements, naval cooperation, and occasional rivalry to secure resources and influence. These relationships strengthened Byzantium economically and militarily, while extending its sphere of influence into regions previously beyond its immediate control. Despite these achievements, the Seljuk threat in Anatolia had not disappeared. The Sultanate of Rum remained a potent force, its armies capable of rapid movement and mounted archery tactics. Seljuk leaders continued to contest Byzantine authority, particularly in the interior regions where imperial influence was less entrenched. Manuel faced the ongoing challenge of projecting power into these territories, balancing offensive campaigns with the need to maintain control over reconquered areas and manage a complex web of alliances with neighboring powers. The legacy of decades of conflict meant that even during the high point of imperial revival, Anatolia remained contested, and the Seljuk presence could not be ignored. In preparation for a decisive campaign against the Seljuks, Manuel meticulously organized his army. Forces were assembled from across the empire, combining native troops, mercenaries, and contingents from allied states. Infantry and cavalry were drilled in coordination. Supply lines were secured, and logistical networks established to sustain prolonged operations in difficult terrain. The emperor personally oversaw planning, reconnaissance, and deployment, ensuring that his forces would operate with discipline cohesion, and adaptability against a mobile and experienced enemy. The target of this campaign was the Seljuk stronghold in central Anatolia, where fortresses in mountainous terrain had long protected the Sultanate from decisive imperial action. Manuel's objective was not merely to defeat enemy forces in the field, but to secure a lasting presence, fortify key positions, and reassert imperial authority across contested regions. Success would cement Byzantine dominance, restore the empire's influence over trade routes and urban centers, and demonstrate the continued vitality of the Komnenian restoration. The culmination of preparations led to the confrontation at Myriokephalon, a battle that would test the limits of Byzantine military organization and imperial ambition. Manuel advanced with confidence, his forces disciplined and well supplied. Yet the Seljuks, familiar with the terrain and adept at defensive strategy, prepared to exploit the natural advantages of the narrow mountain passes. The stage was set for a confrontation that would determine the balance of power in Anatolia and the prospects for Byzantine expansion under Manuel's reign. The political and symbolic stakes were immense. Manuel's ambition was not limited to the military sphere. He sought to project imperial authority, influence neighboring states, and position Byzantium as the central power of the Eastern Mediterranean. A decisive victory would consolidate gains in Anatolia, intimidate potential adversaries, and reinforce the perception of Byzantine strength among both allies and rivals. Conversely, failure carried the risk of emboldening Seljuk factions and undermining confidence in the imperial administration. Diplomacy continued alongside military preparation. Manuel maintained correspondence with Crusader states, Italian cities, and neighboring powers, ensuring that potential allies were aligned and potential threats monitored. These efforts reflected a sophisticated understanding of the interconnected nature of medieval geopolitics, in which military campaigns were inseparable from economic leverage, alliance networks, and the management of perception. Byzantine power relied not only on soldiers and fortresses, but on the careful cultivation of influence across a complex and often hostile landscape. As the emperor's army approached central Anatolia, the Seljuks employed tactics that leveraged both terrain and experience. Defensive positions in mountain passes, the use of ambushes, and the mobility of mounted archers challenged the cohesion and discipline of the Byzantine forces. Manuel's strategy emphasized patience, coordination, and the use of reserves to maintain the integrity of the army. Every march, every formation, and every engagement was conducted with attention to the vulnerabilities inherent in operating in unfamiliar and constrained terrain. The campaign at Myriokephalon represented both continuity and change in Byzantine military doctrine. It drew on centuries of experience in Anatolia, including the lessons of previous campaigns against Seljuk and other Turkish forces. At the same time, it reflected Manuel's ambition to achieve decisive results, integrating large-scale force deployment with precise coordination and the careful timing of maneuvers. The emperor's personal involvement underscored the importance of leadership, morale, and the projection of authority at every level of command. Even as the army moved into position, the broader context of the empire shaped the stakes. The western coastlands, Cilicia, and central Anatolia provided the logistical backbone for operations, supporting troop movements, supplies, and fortifications. Cities recovered in previous decades offered secure bases of operation, while roads and infrastructure allowed communication and coordination across dispersed forces. These elements, meticulously maintained and expanded, were essential for sustaining a campaign deep in contested territory and demonstrated the integration of military and administrative strategy in Byzantine operations. Manuel's campaigns also emphasized the psychological dimension of warfare. Displays of discipline, coordination, and preparedness were intended to intimidate adversaries, while reassuring allies and local populations of Byzantine strength. Control of key fortresses and towns reinforced the perception of permanence and authority. The emperor's reputation as a capable and ambitious leader enhanced morale among troops and contributed to the overall effectiveness of operations. Perception and reality intertwined in Byzantine strategy, reflecting an understanding that legitimacy and influence were inseparable from military success. The confrontation at Myriokephalon was anticipated as a potential turning point in the struggle for Anatolia. Seljuk forces, while smaller in number, possessed intimate knowledge of the terrain, mobility, and the ability to exploit any lapse in discipline. The emperor's preparations reflected both caution and ambition, acknowledging the risks of frontal engagement while seeking to apply Byzantine strengths in organization, cohesion, and strategic initiative. The stage was set for a decisive encounter that would test the limits of imperial power in the enduring tension between ambition and circumstance. In the contested lands of Anatolia, Manuel's high point of the Komnenian revival thus combined military planning, diplomatic maneuvering, and strategic ambition. He projected authority across a broad geographic sphere, engaged with a range of external powers, and pursued campaigns designed to secure long-term control over Anatolia and beyond. The preparations at Myriokephalon exemplified this approach, demonstrating the integration of leadership, logistics, diplomacy, and tactical awareness in Byzantine strategy. In conclusion, Manuel I, Komnenos embodied the imperial ambition of Byzantium at its high point in the 12th century. His diplomacy with Crusader states, Italian cities, and neighboring powers extended Byzantine influence. His preparation for renewed conflict with the Seljuks reflected strategic foresight, disciplined military organization, and personal leadership. The approach to Myriokephalon demonstrated both the strengths and vulnerabilities of the empire, the ability to project power across contested territory, the reliance on careful planning, and the challenges of confronting an experienced and mobile opponent in difficult terrain. Manuel's reign exemplifies the combination of ambition, skill, and circumstance that defined the Komnenian revival, setting the stage for a confrontation that would have lasting consequences for Byzantium and Anatolia. The year 1176 marked a pivotal moment in Byzantine history with the confrontation at Myriokephalon. The battle at Myriokephalon would demonstrate the limits of even the most disciplined and ambitious imperial strategy, and would leave an indelible mark on the memory of Byzantium. Manuel's approach to the campaign combined careful planning with confidence in his forces and his own leadership. The emperor advanced into central Anatolia with a well-organized army, expecting to engage the Seljuks in conventional battle, seize key fortresses, and reassert imperial dominance over the region. Byzantine forces included infantry, trained in the disciplined phalanx tradition, heavily armored cavalry, capable of both shock and pursuit, and archers coordinated for support and flexibility. Supply lines were maintained and scouting parties deployed to monitor Seljuk movements. The emperor's reputation and the perceived strength of his army had, until this moment, served as both deterrent and inspiration. Yet the Seljuks had no intention of meeting the Byzantines on the open plain. They had studied prior campaigns and recognized the strengths and weaknesses of the imperial army. Drawing on their intimate knowledge of Anatolia's mountainous terrain, they prepared an ambush in the narrow passes of the Tibrits Mountains. These passes constrained movement, reduced the effectiveness of heavily armored cavalry, and created conditions in which smaller, mobile units could inflict maximum damage. The Seljuk commanders positioned archers on elevated terrain, prepared to strike from concealment, and readied forces to cut off the Byzantine army from retreat or The strategy was designed to exploit the discipline and confidence of Manuel's forces, turning their strengths into vulnerabilities. As the Byzantine army entered the pass, the Seljuk ambush unfolded with devastating effect. Mounted archers rained arrows upon the tightly packed imperial columns, creating confusion and disruption. Infantry formations, trained for cohesion on open ground, found themselves unable to maneuver effectively in the narrow defiles. Cavalry units were hemmed in, unable to exploit their mobility or charge in force. Panic spread through portions of the army as commanders struggled to maintain order under relentless attack. Confidence in the discipline and training of his forces led him to underestimate the challenges posed by the terrain and the ingenuity of Seljuk tactics. He advanced in a concentrated formation through narrow passes, without adequate screening or flanking protection. Communication across the army was hampered by the constriction of the landscape, slowing response times and preventing coordinated countermeasures, while Manuel personally attempted to rally his troops and restore order. The initial shock of the ambush had already sown confusion and panic, undermining the cohesion of the Byzantine army. The resulting defeat was both material and symbolic. Byzantine forces suffered significant casualties, including experienced officers and elite units whose loss diminished the army's operational capacity. Supplies, equipment, and siege engines were abandoned or destroyed. The psychological impact was profound. Troops who survived the battle faced demoralization, and the aura of invincibility that had accompanied Byzantine campaigns under Manuel was fractured. The aftermath of Myriokephalon bore striking parallels to the earlier disaster at Manzikert. In both cases, a capable emperor confronted a mobile and adaptive Seljuk force in Anatolia, underestimated the difficulties posed by terrain and tactics, and suffered a defeat that reshaped the strategic landscape. At Myriokephalon, the defeat did not produce immediate political collapse, but it marked a decisive turning point, curtailing imperial ambitions in central Anatolia and signaling the limits of Byzantine expansion. Beyond the battlefield, the consequences of Myriokephalon extended into the political and administrative spheres of Byzantium. Manuel returned to Constantinople with a diminished army and a recognition that full conquest of central Anatolia was unlikely. Efforts to rebuild and reorganize forces consumed resources, while local populations, previously swayed by imperial presence, recalibrated their allegiances in light of the Seljuk resurgence. The battle revealed vulnerabilities in supply, command structure, and terrain exploitation. Lessons that would shape subsequent military thinking but underscored the limits of even the most disciplined imperial campaigns. The Seljuks, for their part, demonstrated the effectiveness of adaptive tactics in mountainous terrain. Their combination of ambush, mobility, and strategic positioning showcased the continued sophistication of Anatolian warfare. By exploiting environmental advantages and the predictable behavior of heavily organized forces, they preserved control over key passes and maintained influence across central regions. The Sultanate of Rum's resilience after Myriokephalon affirmed that Seljuk power in Anatolia could not be dismantled through a single campaign, and that the empire faced an enduring and adaptive opponent capable of resisting even the strongest imperial initiatives. The broader implications for Byzantine strategy were significant. Myriokephalon marked the end of ambitious attempts to dominate central Anatolia fully. Future campaigns emphasized consolidation rather than expansion, garrisoning existing territory and fortifying key cities rather than seeking decisive territorial gains. The lesson of the battlefield was clear. Mobility, terrain familiarity, and adaptive tactics could negate even numerical superiority in disciplined training. Byzantine commanders incorporated these lessons into planning, emphasizing reconnaissance, incremental advance, and a cautious approach to mountain warfare that would define subsequent operations in the region. In cultural and historical memory, Myriokephalon assumed a symbolic weight akin to men. Chroniclers reflected on the loss not only in terms of territory and casualties but as a marker of imperial ambition curtailed. It became a cautionary tale of overconfidence and the enduring challenge of Anatolia. The emperor's personal reputation, while not destroyed, was tempered by the recognition that even the most capable ruler could be outmaneuvered by terrain and a cunning opponent. The comparison to Manzikert also illuminates continuity in the Byzantine experience. Ultimately, the Battle of Myriokephalon stands as a defining moment in the history of Byzantium and its conflict with the Seljuks. It demonstrated the enduring difficulties of Anatolia as a theater of war, the limits of imperial ambition in the face of adaptive adversaries, and the continued importance of leadership, logistics, and strategic awareness, while the empire remained a potent force, capable of defending and administrating vast territories. The battle underscored that even the most disciplined and ambitious campaigns could meet insurmountable obstacles when terrain, tactics, and circumstance combined against them. In conclusion, Myriokephalon represents a second turning point in the centuries-long struggle between Byzantium and the Seljuk ambush. Manuel's strategic miscalculations and the resulting devastation confirmed the enduring challenges of Anatolia. Byzantium emerged, diminished in its capacity to project power in central regions, yet stabilized in its western and coastal holdings. The battle echoed the lessons of Manzikert, reinforcing the complexity of frontier warfare, the adaptability of opponents, and the limits of imperial authority even at the height of the Komnenian revival. Myriokephalon secured its place in history, not merely as a defeat, but as a profound demonstration of the enduring dynamics that would shape the Byzantine-Seljuk conflict for decades to come. The defeat at Myriokephalon left Byzantium at a precarious crossroads. Manuel I's Komnenos survived the battle, but the consequences of the encounter were far-reaching. The emperor returned to Constantinople with an army depleted in numbers and morale. Supplies had been lost, fortifications along key passes were now vulnerable, and the perception of Byzantine invincibility had suffered a serious blow. Across Anatolia, Seljuk forces regained confidence, sensing the opportunity to press further into territories previously under imperial control. Byzantium, once projecting strength across the plateau, now faced the daunting task of recovery while defending a frontier increasingly contested. The immediate priority for Manuel and his commanders was stabilization. Rebuilding the army required time, resources, and recruitment. Veterans had been killed or captured, equipment lost, and siege engines destroyed. Local populations, who had aligned themselves with Byzantium during prior campaigns, now faced uncertainty. The restoration of garrisons and the reestablishment of supply lines were essential, not only for defense but also for demonstrating the continued presence and authority of the empire. Byzantium's capacity to recover was tested not only by external threats, but by the limits of its own logistical and administrative systems. Seljuk pressure intensified in the aftermath of the battle. Sensing weakness, Sultanate forces and independent Turkish beyliks advanced along strategic corridors, raiding villages, securing fortresses, and challenging the remnants of Byzantine authority. Anatolia, which had been gradually stabilized over decades of disciplined campaigns, became once again a zone of contested control. The mobility of Seljuk cavalry, combined with their knowledge of the terrain, allowed them to strike with speed and precision, harassing supply lines and threatening frontier settlements. The empire faced a landscape in which holding territory required constant vigilance, rapid response, and a careful balance between defense and limited offensive action. Shifting alliances among Turkish beyliks added another layer of complexity. Independent rulers sought advantage through negotiation, opportunism, or temporary collaboration with stronger neighbors. The Sultanate of Rum sought to maintain central authority, but local powers acted with considerable autonomy, sometimes resisting sultanic orders, sometimes exploiting gaps in Byzantine defense. The Danishmends, Artukids, and other regional dynasties maneuvered for influence, creating a patchwork of competing interests across central and eastern Anatolia. Byzantium had to contend not only with direct Seljuk forces, but with the fluid and unpredictable allegiances of these local rulers. Diplomatic skill became as vital as military strength in navigating this fractured political terrain. Economic strain weighed heavily on the empire. The loss of equipment, the costs of rebuilding armies, and the need to reinforce fortifications placed significant demands on the imperial treasury. Trade routes through central Anatolia remained under threat, limiting revenue and complicating logistics. Agricultural production in contested regions suffered from disruption, depopulation, and the constant threat of raids. Tax collection became more difficult as local populations struggled under the pressures of conflict, uncertainty, and shifting authority. Byzantium faced the challenge of sustaining campaigns while ensuring the economic survival of both the state and its citizens in a period of heightened vulnerability. Military fatigue also became a pressing concern. Soldiers who had endured the long campaigns of Manuel I were weary from years of constant marching, fighting, and garrison duty. Morale, though bolstered by leadership and the loyalty of disciplined units, was fragile. Commanders were required to balance the need for immediate defense with a recognition that troops could not be overextended without risking collapse. Training and recruitment efforts were intensified, but the demands of continuous frontier warfare tested the limits of Byzantine manpower and organizational capacity. Maintaining readiness while preventing exhaustion became a delicate balancing act in the years following Myriokephalon. The psychological impact of the defeat was widespread for the emperor, generals, and court officials. The battle revealed both the resilience and the vulnerability of the empire. Confidence in strategic planning was tempered by recognition of the hazards posed by terrain, mobility, and adaptive enemy tactics. Soldiers returning to garrison duty faced the challenge of restoring order and morale in communities shaken by Seljuk raids. Local populations, witnessing both imperial effort and recent setbacks, assessed loyalties, sometimes shifting allegiance based on perceived security and advantage. The empire's credibility and authority were under renewed scrutiny, reinforcing the necessity of both military and administrative vigilance. Efforts to recover were multifaceted. Rebuilding fortifications along mountain passes was prioritized, as these positions represented choke points controlling access into the heart of Anatolia. Supply chains were re-established, with depots and storage centers created to support long-term defense. Recruitment drew from urban centers and recovered territories, emphasizing both trained soldiers and local levies capable of defending communities. Military organization emphasized flexibility, allowing units to respond to the swift and unpredictable maneuvers of Seljuk and Turkish forces. Commanders were trained to adapt to mountainous terrain, use reconnaissance effectively, and coordinate movements to maintain cohesion under pressure. The emperor also turned to diplomacy as a tool for recovery. Alliances were reinforced with friendly rulers, both within Anatolia and across neighboring regions. Byzantine envoys sought to neutralize potential threats by offering incentives, negotiating truces, or fostering temporary cooperation among competing Turkish factions. These efforts reflected a nuanced understanding of the political landscape. Military success alone could not secure stability, and the integration of local powers into a network of influence was essential for sustaining authority in contested territories. Social conditions in Anatolia were directly shaped by these dynamics. Communities had endured decades of conflict, and the repeated cycles of conquest, occupation, and rebellion had left deep scars. Villages abandoned during earlier Seljuk incursions were gradually fortifications rebuilt, and local governance re-established. Religious institutions, churches, and monasteries provided centers of stability, helping to maintain cultural continuity and reinforce allegiance to the empire. At the same time, uncertainty persisted. Populations remained vigilant, and loyalties shifted depending on the immediate perception of security, the presence of imperial forces, and the behavior of neighboring Turkish rulers. In this context, Byzantium navigated a delicate balance. Military, economic, administrative, and social strategies were interdependent. A failure in one domain could compromise the others. Maintaining control over Anatolia required careful coordination. Troops had to be supplied, fortifications maintained, local populations managed, and political alliances sustained. The challenge was not merely to repel incursions, but to establish enduring structures capable of withstanding both external pressure and internal strain. This comprehensive approach reflected the lessons of prior decades, emphasizing methodical governance alongside military capability. Despite the ongoing challenges, recovery was possible and partially achieved. Key regions retained imperial control, garrisons held, and the administrative system functioned with renewed focus. Trade along coastal cities and established roads supported economic stability. The emperor's presence and active oversight reassured both military commanders and civilian administrators, demonstrating a commitment to sustaining Byzantine authority even in the face of adversity. Gradual stabilization offered hope that the empire could withstand renewed Seljuk pressure and maintain its core territories, while preparing for future campaigns to reclaim contested lands. Yet the precarious nature of the situation remained evident. Seljuk raids, shifting Turkish alliances, and the inherent difficulties of controlling rugged terrain ensured that Byzantium remained on edge. Military campaigns, though carefully managed, were limited by fatigue and resource constraints. Diplomacy could provide temporary relief, but could not permanently eliminate threats. Economic strain placed additional burdens on the treasury and local communities. Every year of delay increased the risk of instability, underscoring the constant tension between recovery and vulnerability. In conclusion, the period following Myriokephalon illustrates the complex interplay of military, political, economic, and social factors that defined Byzantine efforts to recover after defeat. Seljuk pressure intensified. Turkish beyliks shifted alliances, and the empire faced the ongoing challenge of maintaining authority over contested Anatolian territories. Military fatigue and economic strain compounded the difficulty, while local populations navigated uncertainty in their allies. Byzantium, though still resilient, had entered a delicate phase in which careful governance, disciplined military oversight, and strategic diplomacy were essential to prevent further erosion of influence. The empire remained on edge, poised between recovery and vulnerability, navigating the long shadow cast by a battle that echoed the lessons of Manzikert across a century and a half of continuous conflict. The defeat at Myriokephalon left Byzantium at a precarious crossroads. Manuel I's Komnenos survived the battle, but the consequences of the encounter were far-reaching. The emperor returned to Constantinople with an army depleted in numbers and morale. Supplies had been lost, fortifications along key passes were now vulnerable, and the perception of Byzantine invincibility had suffered a serious blow. Across Anatolia, Seljuk forces regained confidence, sensing the opportunity to press further into territories previously under imperial control. Byzantium, once projecting strength across the plateau, now faced the daunting task of recovery while defending a frontier increasingly contested. The immediate priority for Manuel and his commanders was stabilization. Rebuilding the army required time, resources, and recruitment. Veterans had been killed or captured, equipment lost, and siege engines destroyed. Local populations, who had aligned themselves with Byzantium during prior campaigns, now faced uncertainty. The restoration of garrisons and the reestablishment of supply lines were essential, not only for defense but also for demonstrating the continued presence and authority of the empire. Byzantium's capacity to recover was tested not only by external threats, but by the limits of its own logistical and administrative systems. Seljuk pressure intensified in the aftermath of the battle. Shifting alliances among Turkish beyliks added another layer of complexity. Diplomatic skill became as vital as military strength in navigating this fractured political terrain. Economic strain weighed heavily on the empire. The loss of equipment, the costs of rebuilding armies, and the need to reinforce fortifications placed significant demands on the imperial treasury. Trade routes through central Anatolia remained under threat, limiting revenue and complicating logistics. Morale, though bolstered by leadership and the loyalty of disciplined units, was fragile. Confidence in strategic planning was tempered by recognition of the hazards posed by terrain, mobility, and adaptive enemy tactics. Soldiers returning to garrison duty faced the challenge of restoring order and morale in communities shaken by Seljuk raids. Local populations, witnessing both imperial effort and recent setbacks, assessed loyalties, sometimes shifting allegiance based on perceived security and advantage. The empire's credibility and authority were under renewed scrutiny, reinforcing the necessity of both military and administrative vigilance. Supply chains were re-established, with depots and storage centers created to support long-term defense. Recruitment drew from urban centers and recovered territories, emphasizing both trained soldiers and local levies capable of defending communities. Military organization emphasized flexibility, allowing units to respond to the swift and unpredictable maneuvers of Seljuk and Turkish forces. The emperor also turned to diplomacy as a tool for recovery. The emperor's presence and active oversight reassured both military commanders and civilian administrators, demonstrating a commitment to sustaining Byzantine authority even in the face of adversity. Gradual stabilization offered hope that the empire could withstand renewed Seljuk pressure and maintain its core territories, while preparing for future campaigns to reclaim contested lands. Yet the precarious nature of the situation remained evident. Seljuk raids, shifting Turkish alliances, and the inherent difficulties of controlling rugged terrain ensured that Byzantium remained on edge. Military campaigns, though carefully managed, were limited by fatigue and resource constraints. Every year of delay increased the risk of instability, underscoring the constant tension between recovery and vulnerability. In conclusion, the period following Myriokephalon illustrates the complex interplay of military, political, economic, and social factors that defined Byzantine efforts to recover after defeat. Seljuk pressure intensified. Turkish beyliks shifted alliances, and the empire faced the ongoing challenge of maintaining authority over contested Anatolian territories. Military fatigue and economic strain compounded the difficulty, while local populations navigated uncertainty in their allies. Byzantium, though still resilient, had entered a delicate phase in which careful governance, disciplined military oversight, and strategic diplomacy were essential to prevent further erosion of influence. The death of Manuel I Komnenos left Byzantium vulnerable, but the ensuing decades under the Angeloi emperors transformed vulnerability into disaster. Lacking the vision, discipline, and authority of the Komnenoi, Isaac's reign exposed the empire to renewed Seljuk aggression, internal unrest, and the rising ambitions of rival powers, both within and beyond its borders. The decline was rapid and unmistakable, setting the stage for an era historians have called the Angeloi disaster. Isaac II's early years as emperor were preoccupied with consolidating power in Constantinople, managing court factions, and defending the capital from internal threats. Unlike Manuel, he lacked experience in commanding armies or negotiating complex alliances. Taxation became inconsistent, draining revenue while failing to fund frontier defense adequately. The Seljuks quickly took advantage of Byzantine weakness. Sultanate forces pressed deeper into Anatolia, raiding towns, capturing fortresses, and securing strategic passes. The Sultanate of Rum, now well established, consolidated power across central and eastern Anatolia, exploiting the empire's inability to mount coordinated campaigns. instead of investing in training, logistics, and long-term strategic planning. Isaac II and later Alexios III engaged in intrigues, purges, and personal enrichment. This distracted leadership from the pressing military realities of Anatolia, allowing the Seljuks and their allies to dictate the pace of conflict. Troops were demoralized by a lack of leadership and support, weakening their effectiveness in battle. The empire's decline under the Angeloi contrasted sharply with the disciplined expansion. By the early years of the 13th century, the Angeloi disaster had fundamentally reshaped the political map of Anatolia. The previous century of disciplined campaigns, diplomacy, and administration that had secured incremental gains was now undone by neglect, mismanagement, and internal decay. Anatolia had once again slipped from Byzantine control, signaling the beginning of a prolonged period of contraction and crisis. In conclusion, the Angeloi period represents one of the most catastrophic eras in Byzantine history. Isaac II and Alexios III's incompetent rule accelerated the decline of the empire in Anatolia, allowing Seljuk sultans and rival Turkish principalities to consolidate power. Military failures, economic strain, administrative neglect, and internal instability combined to produce a disaster that reversed decades of Komnenian recovery. Byzantium retained its core territories, but its eastern frontier became a zone of persistent threat and instability. The Angeloi disaster illustrates the consequences of weak leadership, The vulnerability of empires depended on personal authority and the enduring challenge of defending Anatolia against adaptive and ambitious adversaries. The year 1204 represents one of the darkest chapters in Byzantine history. The Fourth Crusade, originally intended to reclaim Jerusalem, was diverted by a sequence of political, financial, Constantinople, the jewel of Byzantine civilization, fell to Western forces, and with it, the carefully maintained structures of governance, military command, and cultural cohesion were shattered. The Angeloi emperors, whose incompetence had undermined central authority for decades, left Byzantium financially strained, diplomatically isolated, and politically divided. Crusaders arriving in the eastern Mediterranean found opportunities to exploit this instability. Venetian interests, seeking trade advantages and territorial concessions, played a decisive role in redirecting the crusade toward the imperial capital. In April 1204, the city fell after a siege marked by brutality, looting, and widespread destruction. Churches, palaces, and public buildings were plundered. The sack was not merely a military event. It represented a profound rupture in the continuity of Byzantine governance and social cohesion. The Sultanate of Rum and its allies extended influence into regions previously contested, integrating towns, villages, and trade routes into their domain. The cumulative effect was the erosion of both material resources and administrative capacity necessary to contest Seljuk expansion. Others attempted to maintain loyalty to successor states, often with limited support or unrealistic expectations. The psychological impact on the remaining Byzantine population, including soldiers and administrators in Anatolia, was profound. They faced the stark reality that the empire's capital was under foreign control, and that recovery would require extraordinary effort over decades. Seljuk rulers recognized and exploited this opportunity. Without a centralized Byzantine response, Turkish forces expanded with relative impunity. The Sultanate of Rum strengthened fortresses, secured trade corridors, and established administrative control over towns and regions previously contested. Rival Turkish principalities, already ambitious, now acted without fear of imperial intervention. The power vacuum created by the sack of Constantinople accelerated Seljuk consolidation, reinforcing the shift in control over Anatolia that had begun under weaker Angeloid emperors, but now proceeded unopposed. Byzantine attempts at recovery were complicated by the multiplicity of successor states. Coordination, strategic planning, and resource allocation were fractured. Without unified leadership, the empire could no longer mount the disciplined, large-scale campaigns of the Komnenos, or even respond effectively to the ongoing Seljuk expansion. Military capability was severely impaired. The armies available to the successor states were smaller, less disciplined, and reliant on local levies. The empire's ability to assert influence had been drastically reduced. Reliance on Western armies, manipulated by political and financial interests, had catastrophic consequences. In conclusion, the sack of Constantinople in 1204 represents both a dramatic rupture and a decisive turning point in the Byzantine-Seljuk struggle. The diversion of the Fourth Crusade, the establishment of Latin rule, and the subsequent fragmentation of the empire eliminated the capacity of Byzantium to contest Anatolia effectively. Seljuk and Turkish principalities expanded their influence, largely unopposed, consolidating control over territories once held or contested by the empire. The Byzantine successor states, fractured and resource-constrained, could only attempt partial recovery, while the Seljuks and their allies solidified gains. The sack marked the final stage in a centuries-long process in which Anatolia shifted from a contested frontier to a landscape dominated by Turkish power, illustrating the cumulative consequences of weak leadership, internal division, and external manipulation. The chaos that had engulfed Byzantium following the death of Manuel I and the catastrophic events of 1204 allowed the Seljuks to assert authority over central Anatolia with minimal opposition. Alp Arslan, a ruler of vision and political acumen, capitalized on both the weakness of Byzantine successors and the internal divisions among Turkish principalities to establish a period historians often describe as the Golden Age of Rum. The city, situated at the crossroads of trade routes connecting the Levant, the Black Sea, markets thrived with goods from Persia, the Mediterranean, and the Caucasus. Craftsmen, merchants, and artisans were drawn to the relative security and stability offered by Alp Arslan's administration. Administratively, Alp Arslan and his successors built a state influenced by Persian Turkic models. Governance combined traditional steppe traditions with the bureaucratic sophistication inherited from Persian and Islamic administrative practices. Officials were appointed based on loyalty, skill, and regional knowledge. The administration demonstrated a continuity and cohesion often lacking in contemporary Byzantine governance during this period. Markets became centers not only of commerce but of information, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. He navigated relationships with neighboring powers, balancing alliances and rivalries among Turkish beyliks, the Crusader states, and residual Byzantine forces in Nicaea. His ability to maintain stability within the Sultanate while projecting power outward reinforced the contrast with Byzantine weakness, where Constantinople and its successor states struggled with succession crises, military decline, and internal division. Rum demonstrated coordinated governance, strategic planning, and territorial consolidation. The contrast between the two states was stark, illustrating how leadership and organization could turn the opportunity created by an enemy's weakness into enduring advantage. Culturally, the Seljuks fostered an environment in which Persian literary and artistic traditions mingled with Turkic and Islamic influences. Architecture, calligraphy, and patronage of scholars flourished under Alp Arslan and his successors. Madrasas were established, promoting education and jurisprudence, while public works reflected both utility and aesthetic sensibility. These cultural developments reinforced political authority, creating a sense of legitimacy and permanence that extended beyond mere military might. The Sultanate presented itself as a sophisticated polity, capable of governance, commerce, and culture, strengthening internal cohesion and regional influence. Military organization under Alp Arslan complemented administrative and economic strength. Cavalry units, trained in steppe tactics, were integrated with fortified garrisons and supply systems that reflected Persian influence. Strategic fortresses controlled key mountain passes and trade corridors, allowing the Sultanate to project power, protect economic centers, and respond to threats. The military was disciplined, adaptive, and supported by a logistical framework that allowed sustained campaigns when necessary. Unlike the Byzantine armies of the same period, which were often reactive and hampered by internal politics, the Seljuk forces operated with cohesion and purpose, consolidating gains and deterring challenges from rival principalities or residual Byzantine forces. The expansion of the Sultanate of Rum did not merely reflect the weakness of Byzantium, but also the careful management of internal resources. Alp Arslan's successors maintained stability by balancing central authority with the autonomy of regional governors. Loyalty was secured through strategic appointments, marriages, and alliances, while dissent was managed through both negotiation and military deterrence. This flexible approach allowed the Sultanate to maintain cohesion across diverse populations, incorporating Christian and Muslim communities, nomadic groups, and settled populations within a single political framework. Stability was not imposed solely through force, but reinforced through administrative competence and cultural legitimacy. As the Seljuks consolidated, their influence extended across formerly contested Anatolian territories, Central Plains. Once a site of repeated Byzantine-Seljuk conflict, became firmly integrated into the Sultanate's domain. Cities, towns, and fortresses were secured and garrisoned, ensuring both economic protection and military readiness. The consolidation of these regions allowed the Sultanate to maintain internal stability and focus on broader strategic goals, such as relations with Crusader states or other Turkish principalities. The ability to combine economic, administrative, and military strategies underlined the sophistication of Rum's governance during this period. By contrast, Byzantine successor states remained fragmented and resource-constrained. Trebizond focused on survival and regional ambitions, rather than coordinated action to reclaim Anatolia. Without centralized authority or disciplined military campaigns, Byzantium could not challenge Rum's territorial gains. The stark contrast between Seljuk strength and Byzantine weakness illustrates how decades of imperial decline, compounded by the Angeloid disaster and the sack of Constantinople, created conditions for Turkish consolidation in Anatolia. Social conditions within the Sultanate reflected the benefits of effective governance. Artisans, merchants, and scholars contributed to urban life, reinforcing both prosperity and loyalty to the Sultanate. Villages across the plains benefited from fortifications, protection against raids, and predictable taxation. Control of trade corridors, linking the Black Sea, the Levant, and the interior allowed the Sultanate to collect tariffs, regulate commerce, and generate wealth necessary to sustain military operations. In T's, Sensei, prosperity and security were mutually reinforcing, creating conditions for long-term stability in a region previously contested for decades. By the mid-13th century, the Sultanate of Rum had achieved a level of internal cohesion, economic prosperity, and military capability unmatched by the fragmented Byzantine states. In conclusion, the golden age of the Sultanate of Rum under Alp Arslan II and his successors represents a remarkable period of consolidation, prosperity, and cultural achievement. Konya emerged as a thriving political and economic center. Persian Turkic administrative practices provided effective governance. Trade routes flourished, supporting wealth and stability. Military organization and strategic fortification ensured security and territorial control. In contrast, Byzantine successor states, fractured and resource-constrained, were unable to contest Anatolia effectively. This era exemplifies the ability of a capable polity to transform opportunity created by the weakness of its rivals into enduring political, economic, and cultural strength. In the aftermath of 1204, while Constantinople languished under Latin occupation, a new Byzantine power emerged in the west of Anatolia. Theodore I Lascaris, a man of vision, courage, and determination, founded the Empire of Nicaea, a polity committed to preserving Byzantine continuity and eventually reclaiming the imperial capital. Nicaea became both a refuge and a rallying point for Byzantine officials, soldiers, and citizens seeking to resist Latin domination and counter Seljuk encroachment across Anatolia. The city itself, strategically positioned near the Sea of Marmara, provided a defensible base and a center from which Theodore could organize administration, finance, and military action. The foundation of Nicaea was not merely a symbolic act. It represented the first serious attempt to re-establish Byzantine authority in Anatolia after the empire's fragmentation. Theodore inherited a realm under constant pressure. Latin forces occupied Constantinople and surrounding territories, while Seljuk and Turkish principalities controlled much of the central plateau. Resources were limited, populations displaced, and infrastructure damaged. Yet Theodore's leadership prioritized both internal consolidation and external projection of power. Administrative structures were rebuilt, fortresses reinforced, and military forces trained and deployed to reclaim contested regions. The Empire of Nicaea became a hub for recovery, planning, and the projection of Byzantine authority into a landscape dominated by opportunistic rivals. Theodore's approach to governance combined pragmatism and tradition. He relied on loyal generals, local notables, and experienced administrators to manage territories, collect taxes, and maintain order. The administration emphasized loyalty and competence over birthright or favoritism, allowing a more disciplined and effective government to take root. Roads were repaired, communication lines maintained, and defensive structures improved. This internal cohesion allowed Nicaea to function as a credible state, despite the ongoing threat from Latin forces, Seljuks, and other Turkish principalities. The city became a center not only of military planning but also of cultural and political continuity, preserving Byzantine identity and institutions at a time when the heart of the empire had been lost. Western Anatolia became the theater for Nicaea's gradual recovery. Theodore I Lascaris launched campaigns to secure towns, fortresses, and trade routes, while pushing back against Seljuk incursions. Each victory, however modest, reinforced authority, increased revenue, and restored the confidence of both local populations and military forces. Settlements that had been abandoned or left vulnerable during previous decades were repopulated and reorganized. Fortifications were repaired and garrisoned by gradually re-establishing control over Western Anatolia. Nicaea created a foundation for broader Byzantine recovery and provided a model of disciplined governance in contrast to the fragmented, weakened states surrounding it. Engagements with Seljuk forces, though not on the scale of previous Komnean campaigns, were significant for asserting Nicaean authority. Turkish forces remained dominant across central and eastern Anatolia, but Nicaea's military efforts slowed their westward expansion and secured critical regions. Battles and skirmishes were fought to protect trade routes, reinforce strategic passes, and reclaim key fortresses. The Nicaean army, disciplined, loyal, and increasingly experienced, became a tool not just for defense, but for measured offensive operations. These engagements demonstrated that Byzantine resilience, even in exile and under constraint, could challenge Turkish expansion when combined with strategic leadership and local support. The emergence of Nicaea marked the beginning of a new generation of conflict between Byzantines and Seljuks. While the Sultanate continued to flourish in central Anatolia, it now faced a Byzantine state capable of coordinated response, disciplined administration, and sustained military engagement. Theodori's policies ensured that Nicaea was more than a refuge. It became a center from which Byzantine power could gradually extend. The slow reclamation of territory, the restoration of fortifications, and the protection of local populations created both practical and symbolic evidence that the empire, though displaced, remained a viable actor in Anatolia. The contrast between Nicaea and the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum was striking, where Rum had achieved internal cohesion, economic prosperity, and cultural flourishing under Alp Arslan and his successors. Nicaea was still building capacity under resource constraints and external threat, yet the discipline, strategic planning, and determination of Theodore I Lascaris enabled Nicaea to survive and even push back in selected regions. Each engagement, victory, and territorial reclamation demonstrated the potential for Byzantine resurgence, despite decades of decline, Angeloi mismanagement, and the catastrophe of 1204. The social consequences of Nicaean recovery were profound. Local populations, long subjected to raids, occupation, and shifting authority, now found protection and predictable governance under Theodore's administration. Settlements were stabilized, populations encouraged to return, and economic activity gradually resumed. Craftsmen, farmers, and merchants benefited from restored security and infrastructure, while military garrisons provided both protection and a symbol of imperial authority. Religious institutions, including monasteries and churches, regained some autonomy and influence, contributing to the preservation of Byzantine culture and identity in Western Anatolia. The military strategy of Nicaea emphasized disciplined, measured campaigns that balanced offense and defense. Unlike the rapid expansions of the Seljuks, Nicaean operations were calculated, aimed at securing strategic advantages rather than overextending resources. Garrisons were reinforced, roads and passes secured, and supply lines protected. Skirmishes and larger engagements were designed to project power, deter Turkish incursions, and reclaim important towns and fortresses. The careful approach ensured that Nicaea could sustain operations over decades, gradually restoring Byzantine authority in Western Anatolia while avoiding catastrophic losses by the mid-13th century. The Empire of Nicaea had emerged as the primary Byzantine successor, state capable of challenging Turkish dominance. Its gradual expansion into Western Anatolia, disciplined military campaigns, and effective administration created a foundation for the eventual recapture of Constantinople. Nicaea's resurgence demonstrated that Byzantium was not irretrievably lost, and that leadership, strategy, and resilience could gradually restore influence in Anatolia. This period of recovery marked a new chapter in the centuries-long struggle between Byzantines and Seljuks, shifting the dynamic from unopposed Turkish expansion to contested, ongoing engagement. The Nicaean recovery also reinforced the importance of leadership, legitimacy, and institutional continuity. Theodore Lascaris emphasized both dynastic authority and practical governance, ensuring that his administration functioned effectively despite limited resources. Local officials were empowered to manage day-to-day operations while remaining accountable to central authority. Military leaders were selected based on skill and loyalty rather than birth or favoritism. This approach contrasted sharply with the Angeloi period and the chaos of post-Sack Constantinople, illustrating how effective governance could reverse trends of decline and set the stage for future Byzantine resurgence. Economically, Nicaea's campaigns and consolidation had long-term effects. Secured towns and fortresses enabled the revival of trade, agriculture, and crofts. The stabilization of Western Anatolia allowed taxation to fund military operations and civil administration. Markets grew, populations returned, and roads and fortifications were repaired. This economic foundation, though modest compared to the prosperity of the Seljuk Sultanate, allowed Nicaea to maintain resilience, invest in military campaigns, and provide for the population under its protection. The combination of military security, administrative order, and economic revival demonstrated that Byzantium could reassert influence despite decades of dislocation and fragmentation. Culturally, Nicaea preserved Byzantine traditions during a period of exile and uncertainty. Monasteries, churches, and schools continued to educate clergy, administrators, and scholars. Artistic and architectural projects, though limited by resources, maintained continuity with pre-1204 standards. By preserving these cultural institutions, Theodore I Lascaris ensured that the Byzantine legacy remained alive even in the absence of Constantinople. This continuity reinforced legitimacy, bolstered morale, and contributed to the empire's long-term ability to recover both politically and militarily. In conclusion, the emergence of Nicaea under Theodore I Lascaris represents the first significant Byzantine counterstrike. Following the disasters of the 12th and early 13th centuries, the foundation of a stable administration, disciplined military campaigns, and careful territorial recovery in western Anatolia demonstrated that the empire could endure, adapt, and gradually reclaim influence. Engagements with Seljuk forces, though limited, slowed expansion and secured strategic regions. Nicaea's resilience marked the beginning of a new generation of conflict in which Byzantium, despite earlier decline, would once again assert itself in Anatolia. This period set the stage for the eventual recovery of Constantinople and the continuation of the Byzantine struggle against Seljuk and Turkish domination. Now, an external shock of unparalleled scale would undermine that authority, forcing the Seljuks to confront a threat they could neither ignore nor easily repel. The Mongols, under the leadership of successive Khans following Genghis and his descendants, employed strategies unfamiliar to Anatolian rulers. The arrival of the Mongols reshaped calculations for both sides, highlighting the interconnectedness of regional powers and the volatility of political authority in Anatolia. Military defeats forced sultans to pay tribute, cede territory, and recognize Mongols who, by the late 13th century, the Sultanate had become a vassal, its autonomy curtailed by the need to accommodate Mongol authority. Internal fractures that had long existed, including rivalries among princes, disputes over succession, and tensions between central authority and regional governors, were exacerbated by the Mongol presence. Cities faced shortages of food and essential supplies. Fortresses and administrative centers required reinforcement or repair following raids and occupation. These disruptions created openings for Byzantine expansion, regional realignment, and renewed contestation over strategic areas of Anatolia. For the Byzantines, the weakening of Rum represented both opportunity and risk. Yet the Mongols were unpredictable actors, capable of intervening to support or punish any faction. Byzantine strategy had to account for the presence of a distant but powerful external force whose authority could alter the calculus of war and diplomacy. Even limited campaigns now required careful negotiation, intelligence gathering, and the ability to exploit fractures in Rum's authority without triggering a direct Mongol response. The Mongol presence indirectly facilitated Byzantine recovery efforts by diverting Seljuk attention and creating openings for calculated expansion. Control of territory was no longer determined solely by local conquest or Byzantine campaigns. The intersection of cultures contributed to both challenges and opportunities, shaping the region's political and social evolution for decades. By the early 14th century, the Sultanate's decline under Mongol suzerainty set the stage for the rise of new Turkish principalities. As Mongol authority weakened over time, local beyliks filled the power vacuum, asserting independence, consolidating territories, and challenging both Byzantine and remaining Seljuk claims. The fragmentation initiated by Mongol intervention created a complex patchwork of authorities across Anatolia, with Byzantines attempting to regain influence in the west, while Turkish principalities solidified control in the east. Mongol intervention thus reshaped the political, economic, and social map of Anatolia, setting the stage for continued conflict between Seljuks and emergent Turkish powers. The year 1261 marked a turning point for Byzantium. Those centuries of struggle had tempered expectations. Michael VIII Palaiologos, a shrewd and determined leader, achieved what many thought impossible: the restoration of the Byzantine Empire in Constantinople. The city, long under Latin occupation since the sack of 1204, became the center of renewed imperial authority. For Byzantines, this was more than a symbolic victory. It represented a moral resurgence, a reassertion of continuity, and a foundation from which the empire could again project power into Anatolia, even if the challenges ahead remained formidable. Michael VIII understood that the recovery of Constantinople was only the beginning of a longer process. The empire he reclaimed was a shadow of its former self. Its economy had been disrupted, its population fractured, and its military capacity diminished. Yet the return to the capital allowed for centralized administration, renewed taxation, and the consolidation of resources previously dispersed among various successor states. Nicaea the Bastion, a Byzantine resilience, during the Latin occupation, now became the base of operations for reintegration, ensuring that the experience of decades of governance in exile could be applied to the restoration of the imperial center. The weakened state of the Seljuks and other Turkish principalities presented an opportunity for Michael VIII to reassert influence in Anatolia. The Mongol presence had altered the political landscape, forcing the Sultanate of Rum into vassalage and exacerbating internal divisions. Constantinople, though still vulnerable in terms of fortifications and population, became a rallying point for military recruitment, tax collection, and coordination of regional governance. Local populations, witnessing the return of the imperial court, were encouraged to align with Byzantine authority, providing manpower, supplies, and intelligence. Rum's vassal status required tribute payments, imposed restrictions on military movements, and diverted attention from internal consolidation. Regional governors, acting semi-independently, were vulnerable to Byzantine diplomacy, coercion, or opportunistic strikes. The Mongols, powerful as they were, operated largely at a distance, permitting Byzantines to engage in frontier warfare without provoking direct Mongol retaliation. This created a window in which Byzantium could expand influence, regain lost territory, and stabilize borders against a previously dominant Seljuk state. Fortresses and towns in western Anatolia were reinforced and garrisoned. Cavalry and infantry units were reorganized to protect key trade routes, secure mountain passes, and respond to Seljuk raids. Campaigns were carefully planned to avoid overextension while maximizing strategic advantage, reflecting lessons learned during centuries of conflict. Unlike earlier periods, Byzantine operations now relied on coordination with local populations, intelligence gathering, and targeted strikes rather than large-scale frontal assaults, adapting to the fragmented and complex political environment shaped by Mongol intervention. The return to Constantinople also allowed Byzantium to re-establish diplomatic networks that had been dormant during the Latin occupation. Michael VIII negotiated with Italian city-states, the papacy, and neighboring powers to secure recognition, support, or neutrality. These relationships were essential, not only for external legitimacy, but also for trade, military supply, and the balance of power. Diplomatic acumen became as important as military capability, allowing Byzantium to navigate a region transformed by Mongol influence, Seljuk fragmentation, and the legacy of Latin occupation. Economically, the restoration of Constantinople and the expansion into western Anatolia permitted the collection of taxes and tariffs crucial for sustaining military and administrative operations. Trade routes, disrupted under Latin and Seljuk influence, were gradually reopened, facilitating commerce and the movement of goods. Cities such as Nicaea, Smyrna, and Philadelphia became centers for Byzantine economic activity, supporting both civilian needs and military campaigns. The combination of restored revenue streams and strategic territorial control enabled the empire to maintain resilience despite limited resources. Socially, the return to Constantinople reinforced a sense of continuity and stability. Populations long under Latin or Turkish control experienced renewed governance under Byzantine law, institutions, and cultural norms. Religious practices, educational systems, and local administration were gradually read. The psychological impact of imperial restoration extended beyond the capital, influencing loyalty and cooperation in contested regions of western Anatolia. Western Anatolia, previously contested and fragmented, now saw coordinated Byzantine administration and military presence. Engagements with Seljuk forces, though limited and often cautious, maintained pressure and secured critical regions. The interplay of diplomacy, frontier warfare, and strategic consolidation allowed Byzantium to leverage Mongol domination to its advantage, setting the stage for a continued struggle while reinforcing imperial authority. In conclusion, the return to Constantinople in 1261 marked a profound moral and strategic turning point for Byzantium. Byzantine generals, operating from bases in Nicaea and Constantinople, focused on measured campaigns that avoided overextension while exploiting the Sultanate's internal weaknesses. The Mongols, though distant, imposed demands that redirected resources from governance to tribute payments, leaving gaps in military and administrative control. Mongol pressure continued to influence decisions, as principalities and Byzantine authorities alike sought to avoid provoking distant but powerful overlords. This complex environment required flexibility, negotiation, and strategic patience. Byzantines engaged in calculated campaigns, sometimes cooperating with local Turkish factions to achieve objectives, while simultaneously preparing for the unpredictability of frontier warfare. Despite these efforts, the overarching trend was the gradual dissolution of Seljuk authority and the rise of new regional powers. At the same time, the emergence of new Turkish powers signaled the future of the region. Byzantines fought with skill, strategy, and determination, yet they were constrained by resources, geography, and the sheer exhaustion of centuries of warfare. And the transformation of Anatolia from the battleground of great empires to a mosaic of principalities poised to dominate the next chapter of history. The 167 years of conflict between Byzantines and Seljuks left an indelible mark on the medieval Near East, from the catastrophic shock of Manzikert to the fragmentation of the Seljuk Sultanate. Under Mongol pressure, this long struggle transformed Anatolia and its surrounding regions politically, socially, and culturally. It was a conflict that spanned generations, shaped the destinies of emperors and sultans, and altered the lives of ordinary people whose stories were often lost amid the chronicles of kings and generals. Yet it is precisely in these human dimensions, intertwined with the sweep of grand history, that the significance of this age emerges. The Battle of Manzikert in 1071 was more than a military disaster. It was a symbolic rupture. The capture of Romanos IV Diogenes and the subsequent collapse of Byzantine authority in Anatolia shattered centuries of imperial prestige. The empire that had once projected power across the eastern Mediterranean found itself exposed, vulnerable, and forced into a prolonged struggle to recover what had been lost. It revealed the vulnerabilities of a state that, despite its grandeur and bureaucracy, could be undone by internal betrayal and the relentless pressure of an agile adversary. For the Seljuks, Manzikert opened the door to Anatolia. Their expansion transformed the region from a predominantly Byzantine Christian landscape into a mosaic of Turkic, Muslim principalities. The Sultanate of Rum, established in the aftermath of the Byzantine collapse, represented the apex of Seljuk power in Anatolia. Yet even at the height of Seljuk power, the seeds of decline were present. The pressures of Mongol invasions in the mid-13th century exposed vulnerabilities in governance, succession, and military cohesion. Byzantium repeatedly adapted to crises, producing leaders capable of reasserting authority even after catastrophic defeats. Alexios y Komnenos, John II, Manuel I, and later Michael VIII, exemplified strategic skill, administrative acumen, and the ability to exploit opportunities in fragmented political landscapes. Yet the empire's inability to maintain permanent control over Anatolia, even after regaining Constantinople, illustrated the cumulative effects of exhaustion, resource limitation, and the emergence of new regional powers. Authority could be reclaimed temporarily but could not permanently reverse the demographic and political transformations set in motion over generations. The long struggle also highlighted the dynamism of the Seljuks and later Turkish principalities. From the steppe traditions of the Seljuk Turks to the sophisticated administration of the Sultanate of Rum, their rise exemplified adaptability, martial skill, and cultural synthesis. They absorbed influences from Persia, Byzantium, and the Mongols, demonstrating flexibility in governance, military organization, and diplomacy. Yet internal rivalries and the pressures of external forces such as the Mongols revealed structural vulnerabilities, ultimately leading to fragmentation and the emergence of smaller, ambitious powers. The interplay of growth, consolidation, and decline defined the arc of Seljuk authority and left a lasting imprint on Anatolia. Economically, the prolonged conflict reshaped trade, taxation, and resource distribution. The constant movement of armies, shifting control of cities, and imposition of tribute or taxation transformed local economies. The interplay of preservation, adaptation, and innovation was a hallmark of the era, reflecting both the resilience of civilizations and the transformative impact of conflict. Similarly, Seljuk rulers had to balance central control with local autonomy, ensuring loyalty among governors while projecting military power. The Mongol invasions of the mid-13th century were a final external factor that reshaped the landscape for Byzantines. The Mongols created opportunities to reclaim influence in western Anatolia without confronting the Seljuks at full strength. For the Seljuks, Mongol suzerainty undermined central authority, redirected resources, and exacerbated internal divisions. The end of the Seljuk-Byzantine conflict did not bring peace. Instead, it marked a transition to a new era in which smaller Turkish principalities, Mongol suzerainty, and Byzantine attempts at recovery coexisted in a complex, contested landscape. The region remained a theater of strategic maneuvering, shifting alliances, and intermittent warfare. The Seljuks, initially expansionist and cohesive, achieved remarkable administrative and cultural consolidation, only to succumb to internal fracture and external domination. Across generations, the conflict reshaped politics, religion, demographics, and culture in Anatolia and the surrounding regions. The human dimension of this centuries-long struggle cannot be understated. Soldiers, peasants, craftsmen, and families endured displacement, taxation, and the constant threat of violence. Cities changed hands, fortresses were abandoned or reinforced, and populations adapted to shifting political realities. Lives were lived at the intersection of empire, invasion, and migration. The war's consequences were as much social and demographic as they were political and military, and its legacy is evident in the enduring cultural and religious tapestry of Anatolia. It demonstrated the limits of imperial ambition, the consequences of internal division, and the opportunities created by external pressures. The end of Seljuk Byzantine warfare did not bring finality, but instead set the stage for the next era, a period in which new powers would emerge from the ruins of old empires, continuing the complex and dynamic history of Anatolia and the Near East. In reflecting upon this prolonged struggle, one can see the full sweep of medieval transformation. Generations of rulers, soldiers, and citizens were shaped by the exigencies of conflict, and their decisions reverberated across centuries. The Byzantine-Seljuk Wars illustrate the interplay of strategy, endurance, and circumstance in determining historical outcomes, and the consequences of these 167 years remain visible in the political and cultural landscape of the region long after the last battle had been fought. And external powers would continue to compete and interact in a transformed landscape. From the despair of Manzikert to the strategic recalibrations following Mongol incursions, the period reveals the interdependence of military, political, social, and cultural forces. It reminds us that history is measured not only in the outcomes of battles, but in the enduring consequences for peoples, cultures, and regions. It demonstrates the interplay of military, political, social, and cultural forces, and the ways in which centuries of conflict shape the landscapes of both empires and human experience. This 167-year arc is a powerful reminder that history is not merely a record of events, but a living narrative of transformation, resilience, and the constant negotiation between human ambition and historical circumstance. The struggle between Byzantines and Seljuks left Anatolia, the Near East, and the Byzantine Empire forever changed. It was an era that forged new political realities, reshaped populations, and tested the endurance of civilizations. It was a period defined by conquest, resistance, and adaptation, a testament to both the destructive and creative forces of history. The legacy of this long conflict echoes in the rise of the Ottomans, the continued significance of Anatolia as a crossroads of empires, and the enduring memory of a medieval world forged in war, survival, and transformation. The 167-year war between Byzantines and Seljuks was an epoch of change, suffering, and endurance. Its conclusion did not bring tranquility, but instead established the conditions for the next chapter in Anatolian history. It demonstrates that history is not a series of isolated events, but a continuous process in which empires rise and fall, peoples endure, and landscapes are transformed. It reminds us that the effects of war, political transformation, and human endurance resonate far beyond the battlefield, influencing generations yet to come. Byzantium and the Seljuks, despite alternating victories and defeats, adapted, innovated, and persevered. The legacy of this 167-year conflict shaped the political, cultural, and social fabric of Anatolia and the Near East. It provides insight into the interplay of conquest, governance, and survival. The story reminds us that history is not only measured by victories and losses, but by the enduring capacity of societies to adapt, endure, and create continuity amid upheaval. The centuries-long conflict between Byzantines and Seljuks was a transformative era in which the medieval Near East was reshaped in every dimension. From the battlefield to the city, from emperor to peasant. The impact of these wars was felt across generations. It defined the trajectories of empires, influenced the rise of new powers, and left a legacy of resilience, adaptation, and human endurance. The story of this 167-year struggle stands as a powerful testament to the enduring consequences of war, the complexity of political authority, and the capacity of societies to navigate centuries of upheaval while shaping the future. The end of the Seljuk-Byzantine conflict was not an end to struggle, but a transformation of it. The collapse of Rum, the rise of beyliks, and the eventual emergence of the Ottomans illustrate that history moves forward, shaped by the cumulative impact of past events. The centuries of conflict reveal the intertwined destinies of empires and peoples, demonstrating how enduring the consequences of prolonged historical forces can be. In the end, the 167-year struggle between Byzantines and Seljuks stands as a testament to the enduring complexity of history. It is a story of triumph and defeat, of endurance and collapse, of transformation and continuity. It shaped Anatolia, influenced the medieval Near East, and left a legacy that would reverberate for centuries. The human, political, and cultural consequences of this prolonged conflict remind us that history is not only the story of empires and battles, but of resilience, adaptation, and the relentless passage of time. This long era of warfare and transformation concludes with lessons that resonate beyond the medieval world. Empires rise and fall, boundaries shift, and peoples endure. The centuries-long contest between Byzantines and Seljuks reshaped the map, redefined societies, and prepared the ground for new powers. It is a story of human experience, strategic calculation, and historical inevitability, reminding us that the consequences of conflict extend far beyond the immediate moment and leave a lasting imprint on the course of history. The 167 years of Byzantine-Seljuk conflict, spanning from the disaster of Manzikert to the Mongol reordering of Anatolia, was not merely an epoch of war, but an age of transformation. Its lessons endure, reminding us that history is shaped as much by endurance, adaptation, and resilience as by battles, victories, and defeats. The war between Byzantines and Seljuks ended not with finality but with transition. Anatolia was changed forever. Byzantium was diminished but resilient. The Seljuks were gone, but their influence persisted. This concludes the epic story of Byzantines and Seljuks, a tale of conflict and